everyone, Steve here, and we are back with Snowbreak. You may have noticed that, well, a couple things you may or may not have noticed. First off, yeah, I got myself a new mic, which I'm gonna go to full cam and, well, as you just saw, right there, but, yeah, I was about to say, got myself a new mic. This is the PD200W. I wasn't too sure which mic I'm gonna use, but or what to grab to replace the Elgato, but this is probably one of the more optimal choices. So, so if I sounded weird or anything, I'm still working on the tweaks with the audio quality with the mic. So, I'm trying to think. Yeah, so I'm no audio expert, so get the bear of me for quite a few streams as find right kind of settings, but yeah, and also you may have noticed that I changed a different camera, which I swapped out the Sony for the Logitech MX Oreo 4K, which may not be exactly an upgrade per se, but we'll have to see how this plays out. So, it's mainly because, well, last couple of weeks that both the cam and somehow my mic just ended up getting killed off. I think it's mainly because of the heat. So, but I got myself a fan the day after the Snowbreak stream last couple of weeks ago, and yeah, didn't seem to. Neither of them didn't seem to die, but then again, I do need to upgrade my shit anyway. So, yeah. All right, but that's what's happening with what I've got for as far as upgrades go. But yeah, so for those who did not check out the news or whatnot, yeah, last week I had to attend Ai-Kon, so an anime convention for those who are wondering. That was my experience. Yeah, not bad, but apparently Winnipeg Comic-Con's gotten a bit more interesting. But that's another con we'll get to another time. But I don't know what it is with my experience with Ai-Kon. I mean, it was okay, but I can't put my picture on it to see What was it that kind of killed the experience for me? Was it the lack of interest? Was the fact that there's a couple of people that have interrupted my time? Or is the lack of, or is that not many people I know I seem to know I don't see them in the comms as much anymore. I don't know what it is, so I can't put my picture on it, so. But yeah, so that's my experience for Ai-Kon. Well, actually, I did met Phantom and Rouge's voice actresses. Of course, Phantom's got her favorite item updated, got her added to, so yeah, and I got that. Just in the process of getting the materials to upgrade more of her favorite item. But I'm not too sure, but it seems that Flora got an upgrade, like a mass upgrade. Or at least that's what from what I've noticed on the tier list on one of the sites. So it's like, huh. Interesting. What else? What else? Oh yeah, I know for a fact that Phantom's English voice actress did indeed do some lines for the favorite item. So, of course, those who played Nikkei would probably, you probably knew that already. So, that's only because, well, again, I was at the con at the time and was not able to stream. So there's that. But yeah. Oh yeah, and also, so I gotta go back to full cam for a brief moment because yeah, I forgot that did get Rouge's autograph. Nope. Don't think you might see it or not, but yeah, I did happen to grab that. So, but yeah. So, anyways, that's enough rambling. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Apparently Gamester got the Xbox version of the Aim Labs controller. It's like, really? Now you decided to release that too? It's like, and I just got this too. Like, god damn it. So, alright, so anyways, so last couple of weeks we finished Hearts in Harmony. And that was also the time that my Sony decided to get killed off because of the heat, and then also my Elgato mic, but that's neither here nor there for this week. So we are at the start of the Philossia saga, or the story. So today we got Abyssal Dawn, and oh yeah, that's another thing too. There might be no stream next week because, well, I'll be watching SummerSlam on the next weekend. As for next week tomorrow, oh crap, I apologize. Ooh, I'm going red. I apologize, folks. Yeah, like I said, I'm testing out the settings and whatnot, and I'm not too sure if it's loud or quiet, but well, it's picking up now. So, but yeah, it's going red. It's like ooh, oh, but yeah, I apologize. But yeah, anyway, so music a bit loud. Can't hear the music more than you. Oh, RBG. Let's see here if we can just lower it down a bit. Or Okay. But yeah, so, like I said, so I did get the new mic, so it may have been more quieter than the Elgato, so... But again, I'm still working out the kinks here and there, so... Actually, I'm gonna take a look at something before we continue on. Is that max? Okay. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so... What was... Oh, yeah, what was I supposed to say? Okay, yeah, so as for next week, tomorrow, the Halo stream is still continuing on, but, yeah, so... I don't think that's gonna interrupt because, well, streamed at noon instead of the usual time, which is, well, 6, well, past 6 in my time, so yeah, so anyways, enough rambling. So was it the ancient enigmatic expanse of the night sky, or still shadow depths of the ocean? Actually, we have to go closer to the mic now I thought about it too, so... If dreams are but shadows cast by the light we call reality, then here I stood, blinded by its brilliance, peering through the smallest gap between my fingers, gazing at the truth I had yet to grasp. Lately, I had been having the same dream. A little girl in a white dress, standing alone in the dark. Through a lifeless screen, her tear-filled eyes gazed into the world I lived in. Her lips moved silently, forming words I could almost hear. Holy crap. Please. Please don't leave me. April 4th, 3:12 p.m. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens, the tree near the Academia Acropolis and the Philossia region sprang to life. The horrifying disaster ultimately allowed Yggdrasil to strike... Oh, shit. The horrifying disaster ultimately allowed Yggdrasil to strike a deal with the Academia Acropolis, gaining access to their research, vying in exchange for assistance with relocation. Our first collaboration in decades. The first condition was a complete transfer of the Acropolis AI research data, once sealed, awaiting Charon Sea Base, into Yggdrasil's hands. But just as the ink dried, another complication arose. In Yggdrasil's command room, the petite intelligence officer sat across from me. Under the cold luminescence of fluorescent lights, her exhaustion was even more apparent. Can I crank this up? I want to see something. No, I think it might have been max already, so... Miss Intelligence Officer, I have to ask, have you been pushing yourself too hard lately? Have I? She raised her voice slightly, as if trying to make her fatigue. I gave her a faint smile, then reached out to gently smooth her disabled bangs. Adjutant? Ah, my bangs! You really need to take it easy, you know? If you're feeling overwhelmed, don't overdo it. If my sweet, dependable misintelligence officer suddenly fell sick, we'd be in big trouble. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Did got one new operative, but we'll get to her after this. Thank you for your concern, Adjutant. Her voice softened, her cheeks tinged pink, but just as quickly as if realizing something, she straightened in her seat. Come on, Adjutant. You can't just mess with me like this every time we're alone. Does it really matter if someone's around? As long as you're by my side. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if someone's around or not. Well, before you go on the offensive, at least try to keep it appropriate for the situation. Anyway, let's get back on track. As I do, nod. Yeah, sure, let's get to work. Seeing Caroline perk up slightly, I let my smile fade and gave her a small nod, bringing an end to today's session of teasing Miss Intelligence Officer. You probably heard about the two major incidents that happened recently. First, the leader of the relocation faction at the the Academica Acropolis has gone missing. Oh man, I thought it was it. Uh-oh. What was that? Did my headset go off? Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's weird. I thought my headset was charged. Oh man, I don't have the North Resort using the 3.5mm jack. Oh man. But yeah, first leader of the relocation faction at the Academica Acropolis has gone missing. Second, the long abandoned Charon sea base was suddenly struck by the Titan descent. Received a distress signal from there shortly after. Are the two events connected? Unfortunately, we can't confirm that yet. But we haven't ruled out the possibility that the distress signal came from the missing leader. So we need to head to the base and investigate. Correct. Normally this would be a job for the field agents, but the base holds top secret classified information and they're not authorized to go anywhere near it, right? I see you've done your homework, but let me fill you in on the details. Charon Sea Base is a research facility built atop on an unnamed abyss in the southern waters of Holm. It was a joint project between Yggdrasil and the Academia Acropolis, aimed at developing AI systems designed to protect human life in extreme environments. I don't know how I got academia mixed up with that. Academica. Huh. Oh, My Hero Academia or Boku no Hero Academia. Okay, yeah, that's how I got it. Okay, that explains it. Which, actually, speaking of My Hero, Bakugo's voice act did show up for this year's Ai-Kon, but I never got a chance to meet him, so... Whoops. However, after an AI malfunction went horribly wrong, the collaboration was terminated, and most of the research data was sealed away underwater. One of the most valuable assets left behind was a Titan inhibitor called Containment Serum. Is it designed to be used against Nita and the trees? Correct. It's not just the trees near the Academia Acropolis. Trees all over the world have started stirring to life recently as well. Heh. Looks like Nita's finally losing her patience. You had already removed that tree. Then Roseanne sent a demiurge capable of devouring titans. Oh yeah, this crazy chick from that one event story that was limited and, well, not in the main story. Sort of. Yeah, I still don't get it either, so... Anyways. With one incident after another, she's surely starting to feel threatened. I exhaled slowly, gathering my thoughts. Alright, I've got the basics. This operation needs to stay low-key. The fewer operatives involved, the better. Also, the tree to Containment Zone elf has exhibited some strange signs lately. We'll need someone stationed here to keep an eye on it. Understood, but I'm certain we'll still see a flood of applications from operatives eager to be your partner on this mission. I know, I'll handle it. I know they're a bunch, but I know the ladies are that excited, that eager to be paired up with me, so yeah. Caroline shot me an annoying glance. As long as you're well prepared for it. Speaking of your mission partner, do you have someone in mind already? Oh yeah, it's... Achoo! What's with the big sneeze all of a sudden? Warning. You have been training continuously for over 24 hours. Would you like to exit the simulation and rest? Nah, no way. Honestly, I've rested long enough. This opportunity is too good to pass up. I gotta make the most of it. This time, I'm gonna master the power of my pulse and show the adjutant just how serious I am. And how much I care about him. Understood. Training will proceed. Yes. Yeah, bring it on. Huh? Nita? In the command room, Caroline froze for a moment when I named my choice of a partner. Being as sharp as she is, secretly caught on to my reasoning. Okay, let's see here. Testing. Okay, still on bit of rand, but nowhere near as bad. But okay, well. Oh yeah, so. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention too that yes, I know for a fact my own mic I picked up also has the XLR input. I'll probably get that at some point along with Keeble XLR dock. I'm probably thinking grab the Elgato one, so might save disk space. In case you're wondering why the XLR dock attachment for the Stream Deck. Anyways, now I think about it, she actually is the best pick for a covert operation. She may come across as a bit of an impulsive pothead, but in recent missions, she's proven to be cautious and discreet when it counts. Plus, she received her new exosuit. If her adaptive training goes well, she might even be able to unlock the full potential of her Daiwos. There's no rush. Honestly, I don't want to put too much pressure on her. But wouldn't choosing her for the mission put more? If I don't pick her, that might just add even more pressure. She's the kind of person who pushes herself harder than anyone else. I chuckled, explaining to Caroline. She's been training day and night lately. I want to acknowledge that effort. I see. Alright then. We'll do as you say, Adjutant. Oh, by the way, there's a third person joining you on this mission. The Academica Acropolis is sending one of its investigators to assist us. If that, Caroline activated the hologram. A tall, composed woman appeared before me, a striking figure with steely gray hair and a no-nonsense demeanor. Beside her image, her profile details were displayed. Investigator Nita. Nita, the Styx Reaper, the only known half-manifestation and the chief investigator at the Academica Acropolis. In the blink of an eye, the holographic image shifted, switching to a battle recording. The footage showed Nita lock into a brutal clash against the Hela-class Titan. Though just a half manifestation, her might speaks for itself. Since the global Titan descent, she personally taken down 11 Titans, and that's only what's been recorded in the official logs. Most recently, she single-handedly repelled a Hela-class Titan near the Acropolis. That sounds less like an investigator, more like a full-fledged warrior. Guess the investigators come in all shapes and sizes, huh? Indeed, she's definitely their ace in the hole. That said, we still don't know what the Academica Acropolis' true intentions, So do keep an eye on her, Adjutant. Caroline clenched her fist, her expression grim. In her eyes, I caught a flicker of concern she couldn't quite conceal. Ever since Tal left for a new treatment, she, like me, had been shouldering more responsibility than ever before. I promise they'll be safe with Nita. With that bow, I pulled her small frame into a firm embrace. Long moments passed, and silence settled again. Yet I stepped out of the small, confined space. A familiar, haunting image flashed through my mind once again. Please. Please don't leave me. Oh, jeez. Okay, so... Progress, premonition, progress 2, Trevor, progress 3, retrieval 4, 5. Oh, jeez. Quite a lot of cutscenes, and of course we're gonna be here for quite a while, so...
終わりだ。あなたはスティクスリーパーのネリーダさん？
A deafening thud shook the battlefield as the Leviathan crashed to the ground, its impact snuffing out the raging flames in an instant. As the dust settled, a lone figure emerged, her lean, sculpted form clad in a dark combat suit, silver gray hair swaying in the faint moonlight, eyes gleaming like cold steel.
ヒーラ級のタイタンも所詮そこら辺のポンコツと変わらんな。
With a flick of her finger, she brushed the ash from her shoulder. Her icy, dismissive remark cut through the air like a blade, a sharp sting to those who had just escaped death. Yeah, I forgot to mention too, so... Oh shit, actually I forgot to show you the operative, but we'll get to that after. I apologize, but yeah. So, yeah. You thought Kat is a bit of a badass as a femme fatale. Nita is actually next contender for that. But yeah, funny enough, Nita's Japanese voice actress is the same as Lolly from Bleach. Yeah, that annoying Aaron Carr. The one who's a complete bitch to Orihime. Granted, I haven't seen 1,000 Year Blood War, and I'll probably have to catch up at some point. I know they're like dragging out like seasons and short episodes and whatnot, but yeah. I don't think she has much an appearance, from what I've gathered, but yeah. Again, I'll probably have to watch it at some point, but yeah, anyways. Flick of a finger, she brushed her shoulder, icy dismissive remark, cut through like a blade, a sharp sting to those who had just escaped death, yep. But none of them protested. How could they? They're already dead. Behind the woman lay the crumpled Heliclass Titan. Undeniable proof of her words. The towering Colossus had nearly wiped out an entire team of elite investigators, was now nothing more than a lifeless husk beneath her heels.
ネリーダさんですよね。助けていただいてありがとうございます。私たちは
The elder of the two investigators summoned her courage, stepping forward to speak to Nita. She didn't spare them a glance. Without a word, she turned and strode away, her silhouette etched against the dying embers of battle, like a goddess of death risen from the ashes, I'm guessing? Nope, from the underworld, okay. Okay.
ネリーダさんに協力するために参り。命は一度限りだ。こんなところで無駄にするな。
Her authoritative tone left no room for argument, further unsettling the shaken survivors. Yet she was right. Ahead lay the remains of Ai-Kon North. Once a city of miracles, a gem of human civilization, now reduced to a living hell by Titan contamination. For them, stepping to that place was as good as suicide. From this point on, the battlefield belonged to Nita alone.
ネリーダ先輩、笑ってるのになんであんなに怖いんだろう。なんだかタイタンよりも。だってあの方、正真正銘のスティクスリーパーだから。無理やり駆り出された私たちと違って、タイタンとの真っ向勝負が日常茶飯事のような人なのよ。
As the woman faded into the distance, the survivors finally exhaled, only now realizing they'd been holding their breath. A storm of emotions churned within them, relief at escaping death, helplessness in the face of an overwhelming foe, and above all, a reverence for the woman known as the strongest of all. In the end, those feelings twisted and melded together, becoming something else. A certain kind of pride.
本当に味方でよかった。でもそれがいつまで続くかは。
Well, considering that she's recruitable, yeah, I wouldn't exactly hold your breath either, so it's alright. I'll do, well, actually, yeah. I want to get too ahead of myself there, so, yeah. It was a perfect day getting home, bright, clear, and comfortably warm. The glass facade of the grand white structure shimmered under the dazzling sunlight.
いい天気。分析員、やっぱり私、新しく買った水着を持ってこうかな。
Speaking of bathing suits, yeah. The last Nika event before, well, Project Matisse started, I would have enjoyed that. Except, yeah, I have to agree with fandom. Penguin numero uno ruined it. And also does not help with Marciana's paranoia about the commander being sent in by MMR as an examiner when clearly the commander is not. Which, of course, Marciana still saying that we're in denial about that. I don't think that was brought up again or ever apologized. I'm guessing might have been the Bond story, but still, that did not exactly help. I've heard that they say that it's better than Boom the Ghost. Yeah, it's better than Boom the Ghost as far as rank goes, but not by much. Sorry, not by much. Anyways, as much as I'd love to say yes, I'll leave you in 10 minutes. Besides, unless you figured out how to sunbathe under the storm clouds, you do know the forecast at our destination, right?
忘れてないよ。現実から目をそらしてるだけだから。
Yeah, I know, reality sucks, I get it. Nita laced her fingers behind her head, gave a small shake of frustration, then joked.
だってほら、せっかく分析員と海に行くんだから、私のパーフェクトボディを見せなきゃって思ってさ。
Considering what you pulled later, yeah. You're not exactly wrong there.
ほらほら。
At that, she struck a dramatic pose, as if she were competing in a bodybuilding contest. Oh, geez, wow, huh? I don't think she can compete with Yang or Tifa as far as strong ladies go in fiction. I would argue one of the Nikes too, but well, let's face it. They're not exactly human except for their brains.
Nita ってば単純ね。
Oh, and speaking of Katya, what a shock. Soft laughter rippled among the girls. Katya narrowed her eyes and sighed.
そんなんじゃ分析員はときめかないわよ。
Don't say that. I'm into variety of things. Actually, I gotta think for muscles. Well, I could do a coin flip, but, no. Muscles is one thing, but, I'm pretty sure there are many others too, so...
へえ。あら、私には私の良さがあるし、分析員もそれが好きだし、これでいいじゃん。
Hell, she's not wrong there. He is right. You're all attractive in your own ways. Alright.
さらっとそんなことを言うなんて、さすが分析員ね。
Huh. Tries her mouth hasn't moved. Weird.
どうやら余計なおせっかいだったみたい。はあ、今回の任務で選ばれなかったのが、やっぱり悔しいわ。
Oh, don't worry, Katya. You're picked in the next couple of chapters. I mean, not the next chapter, but the chapter after that. Here.
この後隙をついて、こっそり飛行機に忍び込もうかしら。
You've done that last time. And look what that happens, You're not exactly too thrilled the fact that, Sirius was with me and you're like, Nope! Nope! Bolted! I'm coming after you.
それは無理だね。今回は私、24時間ずっと分析員のそばで見張ってるつもりだから。
Is that really necessary?
全然。1日が24時間じゃなかったら、432時間ぶっ続けで見張るつもりだったし。
Well, I'm definitely not getting up for a while. Okay, sorry, that was a bad joke.
ニタがそこまで言うなら安心ね。
Katya's playful smile faded, her expression turning more serious as she met my gaze.
気をつけて。
Same to you, Katya. Good luck with the recon operation in Philossia.
もちろん、分析員たちが帰ってくるまでに終わらせておくわ。その。
Oh yeah. We'll get to her in a moment too. There, Bubba. What you doing over there? You trying to take some picnic baskets while Ranger Dell is not in her office? You should be doing that more often. You should be smarter than the average bear. What's wrong, Boo-Boo?
なんかごめんね。私の実力じゃきっと今回も分析員の力になれないと思うけど。
Oh, don't worry. You won't be needed till much later. Actually.
でもやっぱりもう一度分析員と一緒に解禁がしたい。
We will someday. Actually, there's something else I'd like you to help me with.
本当？この天使ブブに何でもお任せあれ。
Yes. While I'm away, can you go through the intel we got from our field team in Shuzo? We didn't find Rosa in there last time, but she definitely left some traces behind.
うまくできるかわからないけど、 みんなに追いつくために頑張るから。
One more thing. One more thing.
なになに？まだ何かあるの？
If you have time, can you perform one of your geomancer rituals and make the weather at Charon Sea Base as sunny as it is here today?
なんだ、それくらい安心して任せておいて。
A proud grin. She puffed out her chest and gave a confident pat. Excuse me. Even though it was just a light-hearted joke, she still played along with the complete sincerity.
ちょっと。
That is that Red Hood. I mean, Gal. Yao elbowed her way through the group before jogging up to me.
アクロポリス学院の人も同行するんでしょ？ちゃんと身だしなみには気をつけてね。
I don't think that's needed, but her cheeks flushed as she bowed her head, gently smoothing the creases in my coat. Okay. Ever since our covenant, she had started putting more effort into certain things. What if I ended up looking too good and accidentally steal their heart?
だったらなーに？別にそれくらい気にしないよ。
Oh, that is so Red Hood of you. Yep. I mean, after all, they both share the same voice actress in Japanese. Despite her words, her pal told a different story. Then, with everyone watching, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss to my lips.
とにかく早く帰ってきてね。みんなとここで待ってるから。
All boot balk before you know it.
安心しなって。私がついてるから大丈夫。ちゃんと最後まで分析員の面倒を見るよ。
そう？本当は見てもらう側じゃなければいいけど。
なんて鋭いツッコミ。
Oh, wow, yeah, another Red Hood trait with her sharp tongue. Bit of sass there going on there. Joystick for the Aim Labs controller.
まあ、とにかく二人とも無事に帰ってきて。
もちろんさ。
Alright, time to set off.
それじゃみんな、またね。
After waving goodbye to the others, Nita stepped up beside me, flashing a confident smile. With all eyes on us, she threw an arm around my shoulder.
今回は私に任せな。今の私、一味違うんだから。
I glanced her way, unable to hold back a grin. Oh? And here I thought I'd been watching you this whole time.
そういえばそうだね。
Right. Okay there, Nita. Okay. A faint blush swept across her face, but she quickly shook it off with her signature spirited laughter. Warm sunlight streamed through the porthole windows, casting a soft golden glow over us. Seated by the window, Nina's tan skin shimmered in the light, radiating a quiet warmth. During the flight, she spent a long time telling me about her training, how hard she'd been pushing herself lately. Eventually, a wave of drowsiness caught up to her.
分析員、やっと孤児院を建て替えるためのお金を貯めたね。余った分は分析員にあれ買って。
Before she could finish, her head gently tipped onto my shoulder, her breathing slowly into a calm, steady rhythm. She was sound asleep. Yeah, you're telling me. Watching her this relax filled me with a quiet sense of peace and comfort. It would be a while before we arrived. Maybe I should get some rest too and make the most of this warm sunshine. Adjusting my posture, I closed my eyes, letting a gentle warmth lull me toward sleep. The cabin was hushed and cozy, with only the occasional murmurs of slumber breaking the silence. The weightless stillness felt like a dream, unfolding in slow motion, drawing me deeper into its embrace. Speaking of dreams, somewhere in a hazy blur of my mind, I saw her again. The girl who had been frequenting my dreams recently. God damn it. Yeah. Where am I? Okay, just give me a moment to... Might be a bit awkward, but we'll have to go with that. I was trying to see if I had another USB extension in my view, but no, I guess not. Okay, guess we're stuck with this. Okay, anyways. This time, she wasn't hidden behind any screen. She stood right in front of me, dressed in a pristine white dress. Her lips parted, her voice as clear as she were truly there. By the time I woke up, the world outside the porthole had completely changed. The warm spring sunlight was gone, replaced by heavy clouds stretching endlessly across the dull gray sky. Nita, we're almost there. Nita rubbed her cheek against my shoulder, her eyes fluttering open.
任務遂行地点に到着。周辺に脅威は未確認。これより当機は着陸態勢に入る。
Hold on tight. The aircraft lurched sharply as it began its descent, turbulence rattling us in our seats. It's probably the aftermath of the recent Titan descent. Contamination levels must be dangerously high. Like really, really high, no less. Until we set up a dedicated comm station, we're totally cut off. The moment I stepped out of the hatch, a familiar stifling heaviness settled over me. The Titan contamination here was nearly as bad as in the drowned sections, but the dead signal wasn't our only problem. Yeah, how are you feeling?
私全然元気だって。ほら、ピンピンしてるでしょ。
At that, she threw a quick flurry of punches right in front of me. That's good to hear. Looks like the new exosuit has also boosted your resistance to Titan contamination. Speaking of which...
ああ、ルンドゥビのことか。 昔のやつの中に着てるよ。
Huh. Interesting. Okay. She pulled up her revealing the gold fabric underneath. The material looks looked like some kind of synthetic fiber. Soft yet incredibly durable, molding perfectly to her form. Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Yeah, looks great. So, why keep it covered?
適合テストは通過したけど、やっぱり古いやつの方が使い慣れてていいと思って。
She scratched her back of her head, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes before she clenched her fists again.
ルンドゥビの本当の力は大事な時のために取っておくよ。
Fair enough. Her expression tensed just slightly, but it was enough for me to catch the message. I could tell she wasn't completely confident in handling the exosuit's energy system. Like Benny's and Life's new exosuits, Hulse could push its wearer Daiwas to its full potential, drastically boosting their combat power, but it required absolute control from the user. And despite Nita's usual tough and confident exterior, deep down,
そして私はやってのけた。バルダー抑制剤の副作用にも耐えて、覚醒者になってヘイムダルに入った。
Oh yeah, I think that's from the earlier chapters, not mistaken. Either data or just way before.
お腹を空かせる心配も、安全な寝床を探す必要もなくなった。社員寮に住めばベッドは選び放題だし、ソファーで寝たっていい。スナック棚があるから好きな時に腹ごしらえもできる。おまけにタイタン汚染がなくて空気までうまい。まったく尺に触るくらいだ。それに分析員もいて、昔は他人が私をどう見ているのかなんて知ったこっちゃないと思ってた。だけど分析員と出会ってから私は動揺した。分析員と出会ってから初めて私は自由でいられなくなって、初めて劣等感を覚えた。分析員をがっかりさせるのが怖くて、分析員が私のことをどう見ているのか気になってきた。私は私らしくなくなったんだ。
Huh. Deep down, she had her own fears and insecurities. Only understood why, because she cherished her hard-won happiness too much to risk losing it. So I chose not to say anything. Instead, I just smiled and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. Well, let's just call it the ace of your sleeve then. Whatever works best for you. A flicker of surprise crossed Nita's face. Besides, no matter which exosuit you wear, I know you'll handle it just fine.
もちろんだよ。分析員がそばにいるからさ。
She nodded, her confident smile settling back into place. Yeah, that's the spirit. Seeing that she had cheered up, I steered the conversation back to the mission. By the way, Nita, have you spotted the Academica Acropolis' aircraft?
様子を見てくるよ。ちょっと待ってて。
At that, Nita climbed onto the collapsed stone pillar, using the rubble for cover as she scanned the horizon.
どうやら私たち以外の飛行機はないみたい。
This does not add up. According to the last update from the Acropolis, investigator Narita was supposed to arrive 30 minutes ahead of us to set up the comm station.
あ、待って分析。あそこに飛行機が。アクロポリス学院のものみたい。でも墜落してるし、もしかしたらネリーダも。
Following her gaze, I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the rocky shoreline in the distance. Yeah. was about to say before we cut to the next line. Yeah, I wouldn't be too sure about that. I don't think she's dead. I highly doubt she'd be dead from that, knowing her. Yeah, exactly. No, nah, she's fine. Nita studied the wreckage again. Then I realized it should dawn on her. I nodded and gestured toward another spot nearby. Look over there. Yeah, looks like she dragged something heavy toward the center of that structure. Like a crate. She jumped down from the pillar, readjusted her weapon, then pulled her tactical cloak over her shoulders. I gave her another nod. This was Nita in combat mode, sharp, precise, meticulous. A stark contrast to her usual demeanor. As for Narita, Jigsaw and the Academica of Acropolis might have been allies on paper, but we still couldn't be sure if she was truly on our side. That could be a contamination hotspot. Might even find a Mori fragment there. Focusing on my senses on the area ahead, I felt an unusually dense surge of energy. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Usually, Mori fragments or depleted Titagen only appeared in the wake of the Titan descent, which meant the fallout from the 1 week ago still wasn't over. Excuse me, I'm trying to go my voice for a minute there. What really puzzled me, though, was how Narita, a half manifestation, had managed to survive in such extreme Titagen contamination. Oh, excuse me. Crap. I'm really losing my voice. Oh man, that's not good. I'll have to get water after this cutscene. The Sixth Reaper, huh? She might be an even bigger headache than a Titan. Guess I'll just have to see for myself. Yep, okay. But before we could progress through, actually... where are you? There you are. Yep. I get Boo Boo, alright. Hey there, Boo Boo. I finally recruited you, and now we're up to taking picnic baskets together while avoiding Ranger Tao. After all, I'm smarter than the average bear. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. And that's what I need to show you because I did recruit her. So only Narita, Vidya, and Ichil are the ones I have not gotten. I am slightly leaning towards Nita, but who knows? Oh yeah, speaking of which, yeah. Of course, the game has not brought up the update because, well, yeah, considering this is in China, and, well, we already know the story, well, for those that don't. Yeah. Some angry nutjobs, got upset with Snowbreak and ran them out to the CCP, and then, yeah. Ended up with a 2-month maintenance, and then, well, everything got butchered until, well, people had found out that we used the mods to get everything fully restored. There are no bans per se, but, yeah, still have to keep an eye on that, but chances are the staff seem to be complacent with the users having the mod in their games, so the uncensored patch mod. Alright, anyways, I'll be right back. I need to grab water. Alright, I'm back and grab myself water and there we go. Alright, so where are we? Okay, so we are at Premonition. Okay, so yeah, just like the previous stages, everything got lowered down, so... Well, since everything got lowered down, actually, you know what? I think this is probably a good time to test out Boo Boo. Oh, excuse me. And Spore. Let's see here. Who else should we use? Actually, we'll use Nerda. Later time. Actually, oh, what? There we go. And it seems overkill, but then again, well.
すっげえ研究所じゃなくてまるで神殿じゃん。あ、前から何か聞こえたかも。分析行くよ。先に様子を見てくるね。
うひゃー、逃がさない。楽勝だった。準備よし。重複商材だね。
Okay, so let's go up there, up there.
分析、建物の中に入るよ。わかってるよ。裏張りに敵が潜んでいるかもでしょ。分析員がいることだし、きっと大丈夫だって。さて、私たちの力を見せつけちゃおう。
Oh, okay.
あれ、足跡はここで途切れたよ。もしかしてこの近くにいるのかな。肩慣らしにはちょうどよかったわ。だっちゃえい。商人はどんな財務に逃せないや。は十分よ。さて、次の目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。
分析員に手出しはさせないから。
Huh. Yep, that's it.
期待通りだったでしょ
Ah, clearly you didn't. Alright, cutscene time. We fought our way through at wave after wave of enemies, finally reaching the end of the path. Not a single human was in sight in the plaza before the elevator shaft. Instead, a massive energy pulsed erratically in the air, its eerie glow twisting and wreathing as it slowly took shape. Sorry, but the surrounding enemies seemed drawn to the anomaly, flocking toward it like moths to a flame.
ターゲットはその大きいのでいいよね
I didn't slow down, shooting Nita a knowing look.
オッケー、わかった
She clenched her fists, and with a sharp mechanical whir, the robotic arms on her back unfolded.
道を塞ぐ雑魚たちは私がやかましい
Without warning, several glowing energy ribbons shot up from beneath the ground.
分析危ない
Shit. Reacting instantly, Nita shifted her stance, deploying her mechanical arms into a solid shield between me and the ribbons. Wait. In her rush to protect me, she had overlooked one small detail. This wasn't an ambush, or rather, it wasn't aimed at us. Those ribbons weren't meant to ensnare or strike. They were conduits for channeling energy, and the target at their focal point was that newborn titan.
これでしまいだ
A deafening boom ripped through the area as massive energy beams erupted from the point where the ribbons converged, slicing straight through the titan. Taking advantage of the opening, I locked onto its core and hurled a grenade. Fire away! Nita, you okay?
私は平気あの攻撃私たちを狙ってたわけじゃなかったんだ運のいいやつだと聞いていたが本当のようだ
Bold, teasing laugh sliced through the night air. I looked up, drawn to its source, her gaze sharp and predatory, gleaming as if she had just locked onto fresh prey. Perched atop a towering pile of rubble, she lounged effortlessly, one leg crossed over the other, the tip of her boot tapping lightly, as if keeping time to an unheard beat. A swirling ribbon of energy coiled between her fingers, its crimson sheen accentuating her cold, striking features, beautiful and deadly. Damn. Yeah. Yep, like I said, if Katya is quite the femme fatale that the fans seem to like, she seemed quite the contender right there. This seems quite the contender right there. Although, yet Katya seems to be the favorite, or at least as far as I know. Yeah. Oh, sorry. With a flick of her wrist, the energy ribbon snapped taut, her icy red lips curving into an inscrutable smile.
ユグドラシルのヒーロー分析員というのはお前だな。おい、人のこと聞く前にまず自分から名乗るのが筋ってもんだろ。第5研究所 イエロッシャ、ニューガントラ。この間だと北底営にあるジケの屋敷か。
She completely ignored Nita. Yeah.
今まで数々の地獄を乗り越えてきたはずだ。
She tilted her head slightly, her piercing gaze slicing through me like a blade, as though silently asking,
死へのせめての敬意すらなくしたのか？
I didn't flinch. Instead, I met her gaze head on, a quiet, assured smile tugging at my lips. I appreciate the compliment. Let's get straight to the point. Or actually... Or rather, let's get one thing straight.
なんだ？
So far, I haven't felt even the slightest threat of death. For a split second, surprise flickered in her eyes, only to melt into something more unreadable. Amusement, intrigue, maybe even fascination.
面白い。
She rose to her feet with effortless grace. Her heels clicked against the rubble, each step measured, deliberate, closing the distance between us.
ネリーだよ。アクロポリス学院の首席調査員だ。
With a subtle nod and a fleeting glint of approval, she extended her hand, palm up, as if offering an invitation. But I knew better. This wasn't just a friendly gesture, it was a test. An unspoken challenge.
ネリーだ。
Oi! Near... well, she didn't say the oi part. I'm not too sure this was just added or not. Nita saw through her too. She stepped in front of me, positioning herself as a shield. Her glare as sharp as a blade unsheathed.
分析員に何か度が過ぎたことをしたらただじゃおかねえから。
The air grew heavy with tension, pressing in around them. I let out a slow, measured breath. Give Nita's shoulder a reassuring pat, at the same time take Nerida's hand. Ooh. Oof. I'm gonna have to do a coin toss on that. That's actually some good choices there. Alright, guess we're playing dangerous here. Since you already heard about us, I guess there's no need for introductions. So let's cut to the chase. Nera, we accept your cooperation request. Both of them froze for a moment, but Nera quickly regained her composure.
ブロックセラムを回収するまで退屈しなさそうだ。
She cast Nita a fleeting frosty glance.
こんな彼氏がいるとは幸運だな。
彼氏？そうだよ。羨ましいだろう。
I don't know about that. I mean, after all, she is also recruitable, so... I mean, that's not completely wrong with that statement there. Even though she tried to play it cool, the bright red of her earlobes betray her.
なら、こうしよう。
She tightened her grip on my hand, making her intent unmistakably clear.
分析員、任務を終えたら一緒にアクロポリス学院に来てほしい。
それはまず私を通してもらうよ。
Before I could respond, Nita clenched her fist, stepping in to answer on my behalf. At that, Nita let out a quick, quiet chuckle, released my hand, and turned her attention back to the Titan remains.
冗談だ。忘れてくれ。
Sure you were. Sure you will. Sure you are. Okay, Nita. Okay.
そうだ。一応聞くが、こいつの処理は私に任せてくれないか。
Go ahead. I didn't stop her. Instead, I watched closely, waiting to see what she would do next. Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hand toward a still flickering mass of energy. Then I saw something remarkable. The essence within the depleted Titanogen surged toward her, pouring into her body like waves crashing onto shore.
なんだ？食事に誘ってほしいのか？
Noticing my gaze, she turned, her lips curling into a playful smirk. Then it hit me. She must be like those half-manifestations in the military. Essentially, they harness Titanogen to push the limits of human potential. However, do you realize the consequences of what you're doing?
バカを言え。どうなるかは百も承知だ。だが、誰かがやらなくてはならなくてな。ここまで来ているお前なら、よくわかっているはずだ。強者たるもの、己の命以外にもたくさん背負わなくちゃならない。
An unexpected response, yet the sincerity in her eyes made it hard to doubt. To confirm my suspicions, I closed my eyes and focused on the energy she was giving off.
あんたみたいな人、アクロポリス学院にはまだまだいるってこと？じゃあ、彼女たちは？
惜しいが、そんな彼女たちはいない。
She closed her eyes, her gray lashes fluttering slightly, casting soft shadows beneath them. Her lips held their usual poised curve, yet a subtle wistful flickered in her gaze.
この道に踏み入って、この力を使いこなせたのは、最初から最後まで私一人だ。待たせたね。
After a long while, the last traces of depleted Titanogen faded. Nita and I opened our eyes at the same time. Let's move on. Nita, you still have the comm stations, don't you? Earlier, while tracking her, we had found more than just footprints. There were deep drag marks, clear evidence she had been hauling something heavy.
おお、鋭い観察眼を持っているようだ。
I mean, it's not that. It was pretty obvious, so. With a slight curl of her finger, an energy ribbon lashed forward, yanking a steel crate from beneath the rubble.
汚染源はもう排除されたわけだ。ここに置いておこう。
ここに？
Yeah, it's close to the lift and surrounded by solid cover. Easy to defend, hard to breach. I look around and nodded in agreement. She's right. Once the comm station was set up, we stepped into the lift leading down. Oh shit. Once the comm station was set up, we stepped into the lift leading down the seafloor. The location of the confinement serum, our objective. It was also the most heavily contaminated place in the area after the Titan descent. And if my instincts were right, a large Titan would be waiting for us down there. The cramped elevator intensifies the scents around me. Summer's golden fruit on one side, winter's sullen pines on the other. Both filling my senses at once. Oh damn, oh. Jesus, well, these ladies seem prepared. Okay. Yeah, I forgot this was a dynamic mic, and I need to keep my distance. I need to keep close to my distance to it, so I have to adjust the mic arm. So, well, probably for next stream, but not for this one. So, I stood between them, their contrasting notes intertwining yet never blending. Suddenly, a glint of metal caught my eye. Pinned too near his chest was small insignia, its shape distinct and unmistakable. I recognized it instantly. It was a Eurus aerospace badge. You're from Eurus? Her hand brushed over the badge, fingers lingering on the star-shaped mark, as if reaching for her long-forgotten memory.
というよりだった。もう昔のことだから。
That explains a whole hell of a lot. And yeah, speaking of yours too. Yeah, that adventure in yours was definitely something. Earlier, as I watched her absorb the energy, something felt off. The Taijin was corroding her nerves. She could slow the damage by continuously drawing in its energy, and outwardly, there were no visible symptoms. But unlike my ability to convert Taijin energy, all she did was substitute. Put simply, it was like replacing bricks in the fortress wall one by one with fragile glass. Sooner or later, that wall would collapse. Or in other words, substitute jutsu. And Lord knows that, especially in the later Ultimate Ninja Storm games, that they kind of nerfed or limit the substitution jutsu dodges. And I was certain that she knew it. In truth, the one who had walked through hell and back countless times and lost all fear of death wasn't me. It was her. It was her all along. The soft hum of the elevator was reminiscent of the northern winds. Winds that carried echoes of a distant past. Just like the people in Eurus, who spent their lives battling natural disasters, oppression, and fate itself. Nita, too, bore the weight of a life with no other options. Tremor. And then Progress 3, Retrieval, Progress 4, 5. Passage 6, 7, Downpour Siege, 8, 9, Fairy, 10, Singularity, and 11 in the file. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's use air to there. Let's go use life, which... Oh yeah, actually, you know what? I'll get... let's pick Katya here. So, yeah. Actually, I just realized something too. Yeah, I just found out. Life's Japanese voice actor Sasami Seto also voiced Sonia from Shining Residence, which I happen to have a Switch copy of and a Steam copy. Yeah. And obviously, her and 2B's Japanese voice actors in Ozzy Lane 2 before that, so... And Yao's as well, so... Yeah, interesting. Oh yeah,
変異者以外にロボットまでいるのか。
アクロポリス学院の騎兵だ。古いモデルばかりだが。闇を恐れる。敵がシステムをハックしたせいで前のドアがロックされている。2分くれ。すぐに解いてやる。元調査員として当たり前のスキルだ。戦うなら今だ。
ここって
可視化ハッキングプログラムだ。今から敵のバリアを解く。2人とも注意しろ。戦うなら今だ。
まだあるんだ。
恐れる。よくやったな。では作戦を再開し、汚れを葬ってやる。
逃げないと間に合わないわよ。
Alright.
目標達成。ビューンってね。
落ち着け。これを解いたら
これで奪えたの？さすがアクロポリス学院。ハイテクだね。でも分析員、下からなんか聞こえてこない？あら、役立つものがあるなんて。ウォーミングアップの時間だ。終わらせる。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
Alright. Oh boy. Oh boy.
引き返すぞ。
Oh shit.
二人とも大丈夫？敵を見下ろすのっていつも気持ちいいの。
And now for a cutscene.
はあ、大変なことになったじゃん。海底実験所につながる通路が断たれちゃったよ。
No, it's not the only way. There, can you pull up the facility's structural map? Nita didn't respond. She simply stared at the collapsed tunnel, her expression unreadable, as if lost in thought. Hello, Nita, can you hear me? Nita, come on. Are you with me? Come on, Nita, come on. The sound of my voice seemed to pull her back. Without a word, she closed her eyes, then lifted a hand to brush back the loose strands from her forehead. And just like that, her composure returned. She met my gaze and gave a slight nod.
海底実験場につながる道は他にもある。リグ中央の大リフトを使えば、まっすぐ海底にたどり着ける。
But there's a catch, isn't there?
ちゃんと情報収集しておいたようだな。エレベーターを動かすためには、大量のエネルギーの他に AI システム、カローンの承認も必要だ。
Charon's sea base was originally designed to develop an AI system capable of ensuring human safety in extreme environments. The result of their research was Charon, an advanced AI system. However, its development was shut down for violating the ban on sentient AI. At the time, Jigsaw exerted heavy pressure on the Academia Acropolis to terminate the project. Oh jeez, wow, actually. If AI started gone rampant as a sentient beings, yeah, let's just say we might be in trouble. But not everyone wanted to comply. Resistance flared among the researchers, and before long, it escalated into a full-blown riot. Of course. Isn't it always? In the end, the faction advocating for containment prevailed. Using the confinement serum, a specialized hydrogen inhibitor, they successfully severed Charon's power supply. With that, the partnership fell apart. Per the agreement, all research, including the confinement serum, was sealed away in the seafloor lab. The official story framed it as a lab accident caused by an AI malfunction. Huh. So, yeah, apparently there's more to it than just that, what they're calling it, so... Of course. As I was mentally reviewing the confidential files Caroline had sent me, a sudden beep snapped me out of my thoughts.
あれ分析員の私の端末も鳴ってる
All
three of us reached for our terminals at the same time.
内容は座標のみのようだが。
私を捨てないで。まだ守りたい。
No. There was also a message. They just couldn't see it. A fleeting vision flashed through my mind and vanished as quickly as it came.
救難信号だ。
ここへ来る前も似たような信号を受け取ったよね。
なら確かめに行こう。
Oh. Nerd and I spoke at the exact same time. Oh. Oops, I forgot to say that, yeah. Yeah, let's check it out. See what we can find. Could be a trap, but if we move in, we might get a closer look at whoever's pulling the strings behind the scenes.
そうだね。ビビってもしょうがないし、相手がロザンでもエッタでも罠を仕掛けてこようものなら、こっちから乗っかってあいつを引っ張り出してぶっ潰してやる。
For the first time, we were completely on the same page. Isn't that interesting? Besides, ignoring those in need isn't how we do things at Heimdall. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself, but when they were to look at me again, there was a newfound glint of approval. Perhaps even admiration in her gaze. After a long trek, finally reached the coordinates from the signal. It was a dimly lit, abandoned storage room. As its center stood a massive metal cabinet, its indicator lights flickering like a faint fireflies in the dark.
信号はこのロッカーから出てるよ。鍵がかかってるみたいだけど。
Without a word, Nita stepped past Nita and keyed in a sequence of numbers.
パスワードを確認しました。使用権限の確認のため、遺伝子データを提出してください。
Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the sample collection dish. Ooh, oh god, oh. Oh man. Jesus, that's the second Snowbreak stream in a row with quite a bit of an ick. First one is the proposed covenant between the adjutant Silp and Chen Sheng. And now this, like... yeah.
認証完了。解錠する権限を確認できませんでした。
Alright, allow me. Oh god, we're doing this. Oh shit. Okay, this is gonna get ugly. I placed my hand on Nerida's shoulder, signaling for her to step aside. Her eyes widened in shock. An understandable reaction. No one would expect me to have any connection to a piece of technology from the Academica Acropolis. What she didn't know, however, was that for someone like me, bypassing a biometric authentication system was nothing more than child's play. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. There's that too. Okay, I thought we were gonna do something just as, messed up.
認証完了。使用権限を確認しました。
With a smooth mechanical hum, the cabinet door slid open. And there, standing before us, was a petite figure. A girl with hair as white as freshly fallen snow, draped in an immaculate white dress.
女の子？
いや、ヒューマノイドの類だろう。
What narrative meant was like a robotic construct, but unlike traditional robots, aesthetics, structure, and systems are far closer to those of a living being.
これ本当に数十年前に作られたものなの？喋った。
勘違いじゃないといいですが、皆さんは人間ですよね。
Her voice trembled as she spoke, timid and uncertain. Confusion, hesitation, and fear, emotion not typically associated with a synthetic, felt undeniable real in this little girl. Yeah, we're definitely human. Or at least I am. The ladies beside me, well, they're human, but there's more than just that. I give it a moment's thought before nodding. Then, easing my grip on my half-drawn weapon, I let it slide back into its holster. I mean, we can't exactly shoot her. 'Cause she's not exactly human, so, yeah.
よかった。
The tension in her voice melted away as she exhaled deeply, a hint of joy crossing her face.
さっきの救難信号送ったのはあんたなの？
救難信号？あ、もしかしてスリープ中に送っちゃったんですか？
人間じゃないことを自覚しているんだな。
Clearly, Nita had the same question on her mind, though she was a bit too blunt about it. Yeah, you don't say. She's more straight to the point there.
はい、私はアクロポリス学院が開発したヒューマノイドです。
She didn't seem to mind that insensitive remark. In fact, she straightened up and even patted her chest with a hint of pride. And besides that, what else do you remember? Like, how the hell did you end up here? Who put you in this cabinet? She closed her eyes, as if straining to recall distant memories, just like a human girl might.
悪いことをしちゃってここに閉じ込められたってこと以外は何も。
Another dead end, then. Of course. Of fucking course.
でも一つだけはっきり覚えていることがあります。
The girl took a step forward, and then before anyone could react, she reached out and took my hand. Okay.
私の使命で、私の願いです。
Excuse me. Her sapphire eyes shimmered, reflecting emotions too complex to name.
永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
I want to protect humanity. Specifically us, me. Or us, the adjutant. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay there. I'll just leave it at that.
だからお別れの時が来るまで私を捨てないでください。
The Charon system was designed to protect humankind. So, even you don't know anything about her, Nita?
さあな、さっぱりだ。
For long, we had resurfaced with a mysterious girl in tow. After triple checking, even Nita confirmed there were no record of this synthetic in the database. Her presence hadn't answered any of our questions. If anything, it had only raised more.
ただ一つだけ言えよう。こいつには間違いなくカローンが搭載されている。
はい、カローンの力でこの基地で私は何でもできるのです。
And just like that, she put on a little show, casually swinging the automatic door open and shut it with nothing but a thought. Would you be willing to help us?
はい、私は人類を助けるために作られたんですから。
それじゃあ中央リフトを動かしてみてくれない？
承知です。任せてください。
すっごい揺れてる。もしかしてできたの？
The hell? But before we could celebrate, her body suddenly went limp, like a balloon losing air.
ダメだった。
That's fine. Don't beat yourself up with that. Don't beat yourself up. She slumped into my arms, guilt clouding her expression. I gave a reassuring shake of my head.
エネルギーの問題だろう。あれから何年も経ったんだ。かろうじて動いている風力発電機だけではリフトは満足に動かん。
Shouldn't be a problem. There should be a storage room with emergency power cells deeper inside the facility. If we gather those and give the lift a proper recharge. Just as that thought crossed my mind, a soft stomach growl rumbled through the room.
分析員、お腹空いたの？
A little, but that wasn't me.
じゃあ誰かさんだな。
腹が空いたら隠さず言うタイプだ。
Then another rumble came, much louder this time. We all turned toward the mysterious girl.
ごめんなさい。まだ我慢できますので気にしないでください。
She clutched her stomach, clearly trying not to be a burden. Right. Synthetics could get hungry too. Huh. No kidding. Might as well take a break. It's getting late anyways. We'll need time to collect the power cells. So let's set up a temporary camp here first for some rest.
そうだね。物資は全部飛行機の方にあるから今から持ってくるね。
I'll start clearing the area. I'll start clearing the area then.
私も手伝います。
Her bare feet pitter-pattered softly against the ground as she hurried to my side, lifting a chunk of rubble with her tiny hands. So it wasn't just in my head. This girl really liked me for some reason. Well, she wouldn't be the first one, so Meanwhile, Nita remained silent. She simply turned and reached into a steel crate containing the comm station, pulling out another package.
こんなところで新鮮な果物と見るからにうまそうなヨーグルトが食べられるなんて。
After some effort, we finally had our makeshift camp set up. And Nita's mystery package had turned out to be the massive stash of sweet snacks. Huh. So we get some sweet-ass snacks instead of, like, rations and partitions or portions. Yeah, I got no problem with that.
分析員に免じてお前たちにも味わわせてやろう。精神の安定と体力の維持のために糖分は必要不可欠だからな。
やったじゃん。
こういう時はそう言うんですね。じゃあ
The girl mumbled it to herself.
やったじゃん。
Mimicking Nita's enthusiasm, she threw her arms up in the exuberant cheer. As the warmth of the campfire and the scent of sweet desserts filled the air, our differences quietly melted away. By the way, you still don't know your name.
私のこと？
Yeah, you remember it?
やっぱり思い出せません。そもそも名前なんてないかもしれませんし。
A trace of disappointment crossed her face. In that case, how about we come up with one for you?
分析員お兄さんがつけてくれるならもちろん喜んで。
She looked up with her wide eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Honestly, I wasn't best at coming up with names, but it looked like I'd have to give it my best shot. Yeah, you're telling me I'm not exactly great with names either, so not exactly too much different. After a quick look around, I made my decision. Yogurt. Let's call you Yogurt. Uh-huh. We're gonna call the little AI synthetic girl Yogurt. Well, I suppose that there's much bizarre names than Yogurt, so... After all, there is Sarada from Boruto. Yeah, I remember when Boruto was... I saw leaks of Boruto when it was announced or something like that. It was like... Her name is Sarada, which just translates to salad. Really? Really? But yeah, let's just say Yogurt's the best chip bet for her.
ヨーグルトから取った名前か。
ヨーグルト、夜。
Not exactly, no. That's not what I meant. You don't like it?
いえ、とっても気に入っています。
Okay then.
皆さん、ヨーグルトが好きなようだし、私もみんなに好かれるようになりたいです。ありがとうございます、分析員お兄さん。
Well, Yogurt isn't exactly a person, but yeah, sure. Alrighty then, let's go with that. Oh, and don't forget to thank Miss Nita. She's the one who was kind enough to share her yogurt with everyone. Yogurt eating yogurt. It's like pickles eating pickles. Oh, wait. Yeah, I remember. Fire Squiggles' persona Pickles had a... Well, Pickles had her persona having a jar of pickles and whatnot, or in a pickles jar, so... Yeah, actually, not the first time that it's just bizarrely weird. I actually kind of remember too. Anyways, at the sound of her name, Panera set down her utensils and glanced over.
はい、ネリーナさんもありがとうございます。
気にするな。
With a brief glance at Yogurt, she returned to quietly slicing up her fruit.
また冷たいモードに入っちゃった。まあいいか。それより分析員、私のヨーグルトを食べてみてよ。特納フレーバーなんだってさ。
Okay. Nita scooped up a generous spoonful of yogurt and leaned in, holding it up to my lips. Oh, Oh, yeah, that's bad, huh? So, what do we got for fruits? There's some yogurt, and let's see here. Looks like melons or cantaloupe. I think it's supposed to be berries or something like that. Cherries or something. I don't know. Huh. Interesting. Interesting choice we got there. Thanks, Nita. The moment it touched my tongue, a rich, creamy sweetness bloomed across my palate.
ちょっと待ってね。
Before I could properly savor the taste, Nita brushed her thumb against the corner of my mouth, wiping away the stray bit of yogurt. Then, right in front of me, she slipped her yogurt streak finger between her lips, giving it a slow, playful lick. Uh-huh. Okay there, Nita. Okay there.
ますます甘くなったみたい。
Uh-huh. Okay then. Alrighty then. She beamed, warm, radiant, and full of life, like the first golden light of dawn. After the meal, bedtime followed soon after. Carefree as ever, Nita fell asleep almost instantly, wrapping herself around my arm. Next to us, Yogurt's breathing was soft and steady, deep in sleep as well. My eyes were shut, but my mind remained alert. Across the room, Nerida was also awake. In silence, the sound of her heartbeat grew more distinct. Then, as if making sure we were asleep, she slowly got up. A faint rustle followed as she moved toward the door. She paused for a moment, then gently pushed it open and slipped outside.
分析ついていく気？
In the darkness, Nita opened her eyes. She cupped my face in her hands, a flicker of insecurity in her gaze. And Linux, I'm not eloping with her. Or of course not, I'm just going to check on her, that's all. Wow, the first one seems to be rather cheeky. But, okay, yeah, let's do a coin toss on that. Yep, we're going with the second option again. Oops. I gave her a reassuring smile. You see it too, don't you? She's not the enemy.
わかってるよ。でも、もうあんまり待たせないで。
Yep, definitely a little jealous. Someone's jealous. Someone's chilly. God damn, sorry for that cringe ass zoomer word language there. I don't know. I mean, well, chilly and jealous. I mean, that kind of makes sense in fairness, but still. I'll be back soon. I promise. I gave her a cheek of gentle pinch, reassuring her.
気をつけて行ってきて。せっかく分析員と二人きりなのに、そばにいてくれないと寂しいよ。
I mean, considering the past few missions, yeah, I don't exactly blame you for that statement. After all, I think you weren't you since at the very beginning of this game. Like, yeah. That's strange. Actually, now I've thought about that. And then again, at least, she seems to be focused and kept the story, not like, well, poor Cherno. Yeah. I know I had one viewer that seemed to be a Cherno fan, but, yeah. The fact that, I don't think she was used again outside from the earlier parts of the main story up until, well, later, but her focus mission was, well, just like, what, that one mysterious woman that we saw earlier. Their little story is locked behind an event, so yeah. She slipped her arm out from under the blanket, lifting her hand in the air, waiting for our usual high five. Yeah. Stick your hand in. Oh, well, that too. I pressed my lips against hers, her breath hitched, her whole body tensing. Then, in the next moment, she gave in, melting into me. She was flustered, overwhelmed, yet undeniably content. Then at least she released a slow, steady breath, as if she had finally grasped on something she'd been reaching for all along. To me, Nita wasn't just family, nor she was simply the bro who always had my back. She was the girl who made my heart race. That night, at the highest point of the sea base, Nerida stood alone, her gaze lost in the distant sky, as if searching for something long gone. Her slender silhouette looked so lonely, so sorrowful, a stark contrast to the proud, aloof woman she had been when we first met. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she spoke first.
まだ寝ないのか?
I'm not exactly used to sleeping with someone watching me. And what about you? Running off to a place like this? Don't tell me you're immune to the cold. The wind's picking up tonight. Well, considering that our adjutant selves is wearing the battle suit, so might as well wear that as a temporary warmth. Put this on. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the code, draping it over her shoulders.
よくわからんやつだな。さっきはあれだけ無関心な顔をしていたのに、今度は優しさを振る舞ってくるか。なんだ？もう駆け引きを始めているのか？
I don't think I was rejecting you coldly. We're in this together. So it wouldn't hurt to get to know my mission partner better.
そんなこと、お前には必要ないのでは。
Well, considering that, again, you're recruitable, yes, I think it's necessary. What do you mean? She stared straight into my eyes, speaking with absolute self-assurance, as though stating an undeniable universal truth.
お前ほどの強者なら、それらしくもっと身勝手に振る舞うかと思っていたが。
Don't project your own pattern onto me. I chuckled, shaking my head. Yeah. Besides, I phrase it differently. Bowling one's heart isn't a privilege reserved for the strong. Everyone has something they cherish deeply, and with that comes not just the right, but the responsibility to stand up and fight for it. Her brow twitched, as if my words reminded her of something very deep.
この子を東の港まで送り届けて、そこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだい。それからこの子が安全にイエロ社から出られることを約束して。
何も変わらないのにか。
That's right. But if someone chooses to do nothing because they believe nothing they do will ever make a difference, then they never will. For a split second, her fingers gripped at the edge of my coat, her knuckles nearly turning white.
甘ったるい考えだ。
Her words were cold, yet beneath her lashes, a warm glow flickered. After some time,
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
she loosened the coat around her shoulders, opening it just enough for me to step in beside her, a silent invitation to share its warmth. Okay.
お前の言う通りなのかもしれん。
Through the fabric, I could feel the steady rhythm of her pounding heart and his growing warmth. About what?
今夜の風は冷たいって話だ。
Somewhere deep within the heart-long wall off from the world, something was stirring, ready to reshape its very core. Okay. Retrieval. Okay, and then we got a course filled with cutscenes and... Oh wow, we're at the 2-hour mark and... Oof. Man, we're barely past through these. Oh man. I mean, I know it did kind of stalled a bit, which I apologize, but still, it's like, holy crap! I think the cutscenes dragged out a lot more longer than I thought they would be. So, okay. Yep. Actually, give Freddy a chance.
目標エリアに到着。どうやら目標はすぐ前にあるな。
戦車番宣。心強いです。目標達成。演習通りです。
Here's the second power cell.
しっかりついてこい。前方の汚染がひどくなってるのを感じただろう。
これすぐに終わるな。終わり？甘い。ここからです。大吉。ちょっと汗でもかくか。
Let's use the Kasha.
ナイス。ちょっと面白い。ベルゲーだね。あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Okay.
回収完了。やっぱりお前にとっては簡単すぎたか。
No.
僕の手を見せてあげるって。まだ改善の余地がありそうだね。
Alright. Get to the next cutscene.
夢は鋭い刃のようだ。夜になると心の底に埋まった見たくない記憶を掘り起こしてしまう刃。
勘弁。体が動かない。もうすぐ通りかかった獣に食べられちゃうだろう。でも仕方ないよね。母さんも父さんも私も誰だって同じ。イエロ社では弱者は生き延びられない。
かわいそうに。おそらく北から逃げてきた狩人たちね。戦争がここフロストランドにまで広まったとは。こんなに幼い子まで。待って、この子まだ息があるわ。あらね、リーダー、一人でたくさん買ってきたのね。
もうすぐ冬だから今年はおばあちゃんにちゃんとした食事をしてほしくて。
おばあちゃんはその気持ちだけで嬉しいわ。これだけのお肉、二人じゃ再来年になっても食べきれないもの。
Huh. Didn't think there were some deer or whatnot still living, but okay.
じゃあ余った分はいつも通り村の孤児院にあげよう。
ええ、着替えてくるから後で一緒に行きましょう。
ううん、私はいいよ。
どうしたの？
そこのちびすけたちおばあちゃんの陰口を言ってたから、昨日ちょっと懲らしめたんだ。そもそもあんな弱い人間勝手に飢えてればいいのに。
ねえリーダー、もしかしておばあちゃんの言ってたこと忘れたの？弱者にだって吹雪を生き延びる権利が与えられているのよ。強い人間というのはね、力を持つだけじゃなくてそれを正しく使えることができる人のことよ。ね、リーダーはとても強いから人の悪意には負けないけれど、でも自分の中にある悪意に惑わされて判断を誤っちゃダメよ。
うん、分かった。
Why do I get the feeling the old lady's pretty much made for narrative? Because I'm having some deja vu right there. Especially Spider-Man 3. The Sam Raimi's version of that. Excuse me.
それじゃあ一緒に孤児院へ行きましょう。事情は分かったからみんなにちゃんと謝ってもらうからね。
お前たち、
ここであなたにお会いするとは思いませんでした。航空学の第一人者マダム・モロゾは。
今はただの老婆よ。それで何かご用でも？
ご存知かと思うが、あなたが忌み嫌うグスタフの時代はじきに終わりを迎える。新しい時代を作り、イエロ社の空と未来を奪い返すためにはぜひマダムのご協力を仰ぎたいと。
私のことを誤解されているようね。
つまり私たちに協力する気はないと。
お前たち何をするつもりだ！
大丈夫よね、リーダー。落ち着いて。彼たちに私をどうこうするつもりはないよ。見ての通り私はもう老いぼれたただの老婆だから。協力したって何の役にも立たないだろう。
そこはご安心を。お名前だけ貸していただければそれで十分。女性的に民意に取り入ることが大事なのでね。研究のことならまた別件になるが、もちろん無理強いするつもりはない。
最初からそう素直に言ってくれたらとっくにうなずいていたのに。こうなった以上私からも一つ条件を聞いてもらわないとね。
どうぞ何なりと。
この子を東の港まで送り届けて、そこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだい。それからこの子が安全にイエロ社から出られることを約束して。
いいとも。お安いご用だ。
Is this cruel, unforgiving world truly worth everything we have to give?
ありがとうね、ネリータ。あなたのおかげで答えに一歩近づいた気がするわ。
Okay, maybe I got, maybe not so much in me from that old lady. Okay. Dude.
まあ結局答えは導き出せなかったけれど。
スキャン終了。侵食進行度 98%。
体に異変はまだないが、崩壊というのはいつだって一瞬で起きるものだ。時間はない。今回こそカロンシステムを手に入れなくては。あれがあれば最新の無人騎兵が完成するはずだ。我々の代わりに汚染エリアで戦い続けてくれる。そうなれば力を持たない一般人が前線に出ずに済む。夢か。
Nita slowly opened her eyes, the rhythmic crash of waves echoing in her ears. Outside, the sky remained cloaked in thick clouds, even darker and heavier than the day before.
最近、昔の夢ばかり見るな。不吉だ。
おはようございます、分析員お兄さん。
The first thing I saw upon waking was Yogurt. Staying by my side, Nita and Nita were still fast asleep beside me. Yogurt? You're already up?
はい。私のモデルは1日4時間休憩すれば大丈夫ですから。
4 hours of sleep, holy crap, wow. Well, glad you're recharged. I can't exactly get enough energy for 4 hours of sleep. Excuse me. Wish I could be like that. Not exactly. I wouldn't exactly lose. Wouldn't exactly go for 4 hours of sleep. Trust me, I had 4 hours of sleep before and it didn't exactly work out as well for me. I did remember staying up the entire night at one point and then... yeah. Only because I forgot to sleep at one point. It's like, oh shit. Excuse me.
そういえば、分析員お兄さんたちのために朝ごはんは用意しましたよ。どうですか？
Breakfast? Huh. Or what is this all about? Her bright, eager expression made it impossible to refuse. Smiling, I nodded and quietly slipped out of bed. Hard-tacked biscuits were neatly arranged on disposable plates, carefully broken into uniform pieces and stacked together. Between each layer was a drizzle of smooth, creamy yogurt. Biscuits and yogurt. That's a weird combination, but okay. So this was Yogurt's idea of breakfast. Still, she clearly put a lot of thought into making the best of what was available. She held up a biscuit, cradling it carefully with both hands, offering to me. Grab it and pop it into my mouth. Oh, the sweet yogurt certainly gives the bland hard track biscuits, some flavor at least. Yeah, take it what you will. Yep. Good job, Yogurt! Good job! Good job! Her eyes lit up at my praise, sparkling with joy. For a moment, I nearly forgot she wasn't human. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. At my nod, she scampered off toward the corner where we kept our supplies, her bare feet pattering against the floor. I could hear her muttering to herself. Yawning, Nita emerged from the room.
夜嬉しそうだね。なんかあったの？
Oh, about that. After a simple yet peaceful breakfast, we regrouped for a mission briefing, returning to a sense of seriousness and urgency. With the weather worsening, time was against us. To activate the lift as quickly as possible, we split into 2 teams to gather the necessary power cells. Mimi and Yogurt took the safer upper levels. Hostile presence was minimal there, but many doors require Yogurt's access codes to open. Meanwhile, Nita and I ventured into the depths of the sea base. Our destination was the closest accessible area to the seafloor lab.
もう一つ曲がると最後のバッテリー保管所だ。
The dim corridor pulsed with an eerie blue glow, cast by tangent crystal clinging to the walls. Weapons at the ready. Nita and I advanced cautiously. We need to pick up the pace. Contamination levels here are too high to linger. With a sharp grating whir, an Academica Procopoulos drone behind us suddenly roared to life. Its frame bristling with jagged titanium crystal. Precise control over inorganic matter. That wasn't something a regular Titan could manage. I pulled the trigger of my gun, taking down the strange sentry.
いや、もう遅い。
Well, shit.
ここで迎え撃つぞ。
Once again, Nita unleashed her energy ribbons, this time covering a far wider area than during our first encounter. Meanwhile, several Titans lunged at me. A burst of crimson mist filled the air as they were impaled. And I finished them off without hesitation. Bam, bang. You're gone. Both of them are gone. Huh. Those ribbons of hers always seem to target the enemies closest to me. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught sight of Nita, her sharp gaze like a blade, slicing clean through the battlefield's haze. Even without her ribbons, she moved with lethal grace, weaving effortlessly between foes and striking with deadly precision. It was like watching a dance of death. Within movements, the first wave was wiped out. I appreciate the backup, but you might want to conserve your strength. I can see more coming. We won't be able to hold this corridor for long.
なら正面突破だ。
No, we're gonna go up. We go up. I shook my head and without warning, slipped an arm around her waist.
お前。
She turned to me in surprise, her sharp gaze flashing with both irritation and the faintest flicker of shyness. Now's not the time for that, lady. This is no time to be stubborn or stupid. I murmured into her ear with a soft chuckle. Her body tensed beneath my grip, warm yet stiff, ready to bolt, but I didn't give her the chance. Just the slightest pressure and she knew. I had her trapped. Gradually, she stopped resisting, though her chest still rose and fell with ragged breaths. The sharp edge in her gaze began to soften. As enemies closed in, I clenched my free right hand into a fist. A low whir filled the air as a glowing blue light surged through the etched grooves of my armor. Energy gathered in my knuckles. Let's get the fuck out of here. With a deafening boom, the ceiling cracked open, revealing a narrow passage above.
汗だ。我々なら正面突破だってたやすいはずだ。
With no pursuers in sight, I finally let go of her. We could have. But they were just stolen. No point wasting the time on them. And more importantly, I want to show you that there is always more than one way forward, Nita. For a fleeting moment, her eyes lit up. Then she looked away. Anyways, let's find a spot with floor contamination. Just when we were about to press forward, a small black box drifted out from the shadows. No trace of crystal growth, no sign of Titan corruption. It hovered in place, pulsing twice with a faint blue light, as if waiting for us to follow. What the hell is this?
カローンを格納している記憶媒体の一つだ。追うぞ。
Nita snapped back into focus, her tone brooking no argument as she reached for my hand, intent on taking the lead once again. I guess I'll let her have this one. I don't see the moon. The black box speared sharply, weaving through a maze of hidden shortcuts as it led us, leaving our pursuers far behind with every turn. Eventually, we reached a storage room. The black box flickered and powered down, as if it had run out of breath. After reinforcing the room walls with stabilizers, I turned to Nita. The real carriers you mentioned, they must be the system's original carriers, right? Just as we suspected, Ogre's existence had been an accident. As I examined the black box, I remembered that several carriers like this one had also been deployed throughout other areas of the base. They were interconnected through a network. There are processors enabling them to share a vision and awareness.
ああ、だがそれには意識はないはずだ。
Nita deftly connected the device to her terminal, fingers tapping rapidly across the screen. So just now, it was simply acting on its core protocol to protect humans. She nodded, eyes still fixed on the data, and suddenly...
システムログは全部消された。残ってるのは起動履歴だけだ。
Peering over her shoulder, I saw the activation time. It aligned exactly with the moment of the Titan descent here.
誰かがカローンを夜に移動
Someone or
させた。
something... No, sorry. But yeah, someone or something transferred the Charon system into yogurt. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's quite the predicament there. Again, we spoke in unison.
意外と息が合ってるみたいだ。
Unfortunately, I don't speak Japanese. I mean, I could have it in English, but... And again, I don't know if she had an English voice or not, so... I wouldn't know. She didn't seem particularly surprised. After all, she saw me as the same type of person as her.
さあ、分析員、上に戻るぞ。
She pocketed her terminal and casually tossed me back the black box. Okay. Yeah, we do make a good team, alright. And yet something about the way she acted felt a little too deliberate. I had noticed it. While drawing my attention to the screen, she had quietly slipped the processing chip out of the black box. But Nita, I need to understand. But when I grab her wrist, C4 trembled again. The metallic walls groaned under the strain, screeching as if they were moments away from the collapse. Remember your Almost instantly, Yogurt's small frame froze. A flash of red flickered across her eyes, and her expression went blank, as if her mind had slipped away.
夜どうかしたの？
Sensing something was off, Nita quickly turned to check on her. But just as quickly, Yogurt's eyes snapped back into focus. The shadow of unease and fear still lingered behind her gaze.
爆発です。ついさっき海底実験場で爆発が。
海底実験所。まずい。分析員が下にいるんだった。
Nita muttered under her breath, then sprang into motion.
夜、先にキャンプに戻ってて。どこにも行かないで。
Without hesitation, she activated her terminal and bolted toward the passage leading down below.
お願い、繋がってよ。
ニタさん、私も行きます。
夜？
お願いします。ニタさんにちゃんとついていきますから。私、近道を知っていますし。
じゃあ、道案内頼んだね。
はい。永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
Yeah. And in the cutscene. Yeah, something tells me we're not gonna finish this until for the next stream. I mean, I know I've done the last one that's like 4 hours, and a couple streams ago that was 6 hours, and oof, yeah, that was grueling. Excuse me, that was grueling indeed. Yeah, I ran into a little situation, but we're fine, don't worry. We're fine, really. The stabilizers we set up earlier held steady. We're as secure as we can be right now. I'm sending you our coordinates. If you put your mind at ease, you can come meet us here. Nita ended the call in a hurry. Meanwhile, I turned my attention back to Nita, who, at that moment, was pressed flushed against me. Taking advantage of the quake's brief disruption, she had slipped effortlessly from my grasp. In one swift motion, she spun and pinned me to the wall. At first glance, it looks like she was shielding me from the tremors, but in reality, it was just as much as a restraint as it was protection. Okay, Nita. Yeah, would you mind letting me go now? Her body was pressed close, soft curves molded against my chest. The pressure measured just now, firm enough to keep me pinned. Not quite enough to hurt. I drew a slow breath, steadying my heartbeat and keeping my expression neutral. But we both knew what this was. She just wasn't ready to say it out loud yet. She held my gaze for a long moment, sharp eyes studying mine with quiet intensity. Then, just as I expected, she stepped back. Now, back to what I was saying, I have a question for you. I wasn't letting this go. From our very first counting to choosing her as my partner on our... From our very first encounter to choosing her as my partner on our quest for power cells, I had one goal in mind.
Nanda.
Want to retrieve the Charon system's main processor and bring it back to the Academica Acropolis. What do you or the Academy plan to do? I need to learn more about her, the so-called ally, and the full extent of the institution she represented. Because one thing was certain, the Academica Acropolis didn't send their chief investigator all the way here just to assist.
お前には関係のない話だ。
Oh, it will be soon enough. She lowered her voice, trying to sound cold. I'll calculate deflection. But I wasn't too deliberate. I saw it through instantly. Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. But extend a hand to her. When we met, you were the one who reached out to me first, weren't you?
ネリーだよ。アクロポリス学院の首席調査員だ。
Her pupils trembled fiercely. You said it yourself, the strong don't fight only for themselves. I'm aware of what's happening in Philossia. The tree's growth is accelerating. With every passing day,
罪のない人間が毎日のように死んでいく。分析員、お前の言いたいことは分かっている。
Suddenly she gripped my wrist and pulled me toward her. And in that moment, though through her deep wine-red eyes, I glimpsed something raw and unspoken, an emotion rippling just beneath the surface of her guarded heart.
だがこれはアクロポリス学院自身の問題だ。私、いや、我々は自分のやり方で解決する。それでいずれ誰も命を脅かされずに済む。
Then I'm even more intrigued. Just how dire has this crisis become that you believe it justifies risking the lives of Heindel and myself?
お前のそのわがまま、嫌いじゃないが。
Her voice was low and measured, carrying a subtle edge of appreciation and a trace of regret.
それは間違いなんだ。
Did I though? As she let go of my wrist, her expression turned cold.
はっきり言おう。世界を滅ぼそうとするこの災いは、ユグドラシルの傲慢さと軍の身勝手が招いたものなんだ。真理と人類の存続のために、これからアクロポリス学院は歴史の観測者ではなく、執筆者として舞台に上がらせてもらう。もとより、アクロポリス学院のものであったカローンの奪還は、計画の第一歩に過ぎん。それに、
Something flickered in her crimson eyes, an emotion I couldn't quite read.
私はもう決めた。誘うのではなく、問答無用でお前を連れて行く。
Uh-huh. And yet you call me headstrong. But I'm afraid I have to turn you down. Again.
なら、お前の実力で抗ってみればいい。
The moment those words left her lips, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air, aimed directly at my face. I took my arm to deflect the attack. Iris fatale clang echoed through the confined space. Her strikes then rained down, relentlessly, each blow precise, but none could pierce my defense.
ただのウォーミングアップだ。
Energy revs erupted beneath her feet, snaking swiftly across the ground before converging beneath mine. Was she trying to use the same move she used to take down the Titans on me? No, that could be it. Her control over Titans wasn't precise enough yet. If those ribbons pierced the ground in the space discombined, the entire structure could collapse. To my surprise, she attacked anyways. In an instant, half the room crumbled, concealed by falling debris. I realized she wasn't trying to hurt me. She only wanted to block my escape and obscure my vision. But I couldn't waste any more time playing this game with her. Alright, time to draw the gun.
やっと本気になったな。
Through the dust and haze stirred by her attacks, I caught sight of the weapon in her hand. A pen. Just a simple discarded pen. Well. Want to talk about bringing knives to a gunfight? How about bringing a pen to a gunfight? And yet, in the blink of an eye, she carved the clean through the debris, sparks splashing as they lit up the beads of sweat rolling down her face. This was it, the decisive moment. In her hand, anything could become deadly. She wielded the pen. Oh shit. She wielded the pen like a serpent's fang, her arms coiling around my wrist, locking it firmly in place. Even my arm had grown under the strain. But this is exactly what I wanted. Now we were finally close enough. I let go of the weapon in my right hand. Her eyes flickered, and in that brief flicker of surprise, I caught the falling pistol with my other hand. Kingmate! I know, it's checkmate. Oh, I learned that from Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo, the character himself from the same series, The Name. When he's playing against the robot playing chess. I can't believe I remember that actually. Yeah, I mean, Johnny Bravo was an entertaining show. I could say too bad they can't exactly air that due to, well, our current year. But then again, we have Tubi and whatnot, so there's that. The safety grazed in the elbow of her chest. Then with a dull click, the muzzle pressed firmly beneath her chin. That's far enough. See her brace to channel Tyrogen again. Seeing her brace to channel Tyrogen energy again, I stopped holding back. I unleashed my own command over the substance, and in an instant, severed every last vermin she summoned. Lay down your weapon before it's too late. I don't exactly want to do this either, too, so... Her breathing grew ragged. Her presence no longer as sharp as before. I could feel the edge dulling, but even then, she refused to give in. She had known how this would end from the very start. Someone's perspective as Nita, there's no way she hadn't realized the difference in our strength. Still, something drove her on. A duty she couldn't cast aside. One that never let her bow her head. One that never let her bow her head. You really think it's worth throwing your life away? You really think it's worth throwing your life away here like this? Or in translation, from the Transformers movie, why throw away your life so recklessly? Which, yeah. Apparently Hasbro is remastering the Transformers movie for like, I don't know how long, and how many times actually, and also they got that soundtrack with with a cover of different it's not Stan Bush or from the others, it's definitely a cover artist doing that. Yeah. You still have unfulfilled dreams and people you want to protect, don't you? Her eyes finally wavered. Her pupils shrank. The pen slipped from her fingers and clattered to the floor. She lowered her head. The fire in her eyes were gone. Sweat stroked strands to her hair clung to her pale face. A stark contrast to the fierce warrior who had stood tall just moments ago. I'm not the enemy. At worst, this was just a hiccup in our partnership. Right, a hiccup. I'm sure it wasn't something else. I holstered my gun and offered a small, disarming smile. And since we're still going to be working together, I'd like to understand you better. She hesitated, eyes cast downward. Then slowly she lifted her head. In those crimson eyes flickered frustration, resentment, relief, and beneath it all, a rare, vulnerable glimmer.
他に何が聞きたい?
I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I knelt down, picked up the emblem that had fallen from her chest, and carefully pinned it back in place. Years. It holds memories you can't forget, doesn't it? Her voice quivered, eyes growing misty. For a brief moment, the cold, unreachable Styx Reaper was gone. Tell me more about your past. Reach my hand once more. I want to know about the burdens she shouldered alone, the scars hidden behind that icy facade.
お前が聞きたいなら
A warm, delicate hand slipped to mine.
私はイエロシャ北部の森に生まれた。戦争の影響で幼い頃に両親と離れ離れになった。雪の中で凍死しそうな私を優しいおばあちゃんが助けてくれて、本当の孫のように接し育ててくれた。
She must have been an incredible person with a heart of gold.
ああ、優しいだけじゃなくてしたたかな人だ。私は森から来た親のない子供だからよく周りに噂されてしまった。だがおばあちゃんは周りの目を気にせず大人になるまで育ててくれて、常に人に優しくしろと教えてくれた。
Kindness, huh?
ああ、こう見えて今もおばあちゃんの教えをちゃんと覚えている。弱者でも吹雪の中で生き延びる価値はある。だが生き延びても選択肢は残されていないだろう。激動の時代に弱者でいることは自由や理想や命を略奪される運命にある。13歳の頃、抵抗軍は私たちの村に来て有無を言わせずおばあちゃんを連れて行った。その時おばあちゃんがかの有名なマダム・モロゾワだと知った。でも軍人たちからすると当時の私たちは無力な老人と子供でしかなかった。私が弱いせいで大事な人を亡くしてしまった。それから紆余曲折あって私はおばあちゃんの母校アクロポリス学院に入った。そこで必死に勉強して禁忌とされる力を受け入れてまで強くなろうとした。すべてはイエロ社に戻る日のために。
Did you ever make it back?
ああ、あれはイエロ社が新生を迎えたあの日。しかし故郷に帰った私を待っていたのはおばあちゃんが1年前に老衰死したという知らせ。結局彼女に会えなかった。あれから私は強くなる理由をなくした。
But you don't strike me as someone ready to stop.
もちろんだ。理由を失っただけで夢を捨てたわけじゃない。
Nana, I may never became the gentle and kind person you wanted me to be. Nita clenched her fist, the sharp edge returning to her eyes. I don't know why that wasn't voiced, so... maybe it was her mind? She's talking to herself, maybe it's in her mind, I don't know, so...
だから私は今も弱者を守ることをモットーにしている。
But now I'll carry it out in my own way. And what exactly does that mean?
分析員、私は AI の力で AI と対抗しようと思っている。
So fight fire with fire, got it. I mean, after all, gonna adapt with the AI or perish, so... Unfortunately, not many people seem to see that way. Ooh, dang. Yeah, the AI is becoming a real hot topic, and it's still going. It's like, holy shit. I mean, I can understand that the AI is not the greatest at all, and especially, well, there are talented artists and whatnot. But when, well, either for whatever reason, which I won't get into, when they decided to resort to AI because they're not willing to do it, yeah. You can see where this is going.
カローンの力でアクロポリス学院の騎兵のアップデートを終わらせる。そうすればか弱い人類の代わりに戦場をかけることも可能だろう。
Even if the path ahead is uncertain, I'm not going to stop. Even if that means you might create another Ida?
いや、きっとそうはならない。ふさわしい人に指導を任せればいい話だ。
I frowned. She held my gaze and went on.
例えばお前だ。いや、はっきり言おう。お前は彼女の指導者に一番ふさわしい人間だ。
I didn't respond right away, and the light in her eyes dimmed slightly.
もちろん、お前なら断るだろうと思っていた。
That doesn't change the fact that we're still allies.
私の本当の目的を知った上でもか？
Knowing your story now, I can say this with certainty. You're walking the very path Madame Morozova always hoped you would. You're just a little too obsessed with walking it alone. Saving the world was never meant to be a one-man mission, or a one-sided effort. What the hell's so funny?
いや、真面目に説得しようとするその顔が可愛いなと思っただけだ。
Uh-huh. Okay then. Adorable. Can't say I've heard that one very often.
そうか。ではこれからは私だけがそういうことにしよう。
That wouldn't be the first time, so thanks. That light teased, tension between us eased. For the first time, our differences were set aside, and something warmer took their place.
とにかく私の乾杯だ、分析員。
Woo! Yeah!
これからはおとなしくお前の協力者として任務クリアまで見届けよ
う。Good.
証拠として。
Gently, she took my hand and pressed it against her chest, right above her heart. Okay. At least it's not her boobs, otherwise. I don't think really there's no image of that, but yeah. She shook my hand, pressing her chin right above her heart. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy flowed through me, resonating with her heartbeat. Her hands gracefully curled around my fingers, forming a direct connection to her heart.
慎重に扱いよ。
Aha. Okay then.
この心をお前に託そう。
Oh, definitely I will. Thank you.
分析、これは一体。
Nita. Around Q, Nita showed up.
分析お兄さん、手をネリーナさんの胸に置いています。
Oh, now it's getting awkward. Getting awkward. Getting awkward. Thanks for the play-by-play, Yogurt.
私たちタイミング悪かったみたいね。
Oh, you don't say. Her voice carried a note of grievance, and more than a little heat directed at Nita. I had to jump in before things got any messier. Oh, trust me. Oh, The good thing is just Nita. Otherwise, let's see here. I don't think the other Heimdall girls are gonna take Nita too lightly. Yeah, perfect timing now. Well, not exactly what I'm about to say, but yeah, okay. Nara stayed quiet, watching me with amusement and curiosity. We just wrapped up the demo of Theotropic Release Therapy. I was showing Nara how we do it at Jaegersoul. I tried to sound as earnest as possible, hoping my on-the-spot excuse would pass. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, Adjutant. Our adjutant selves there.
そうかな。そんな動きあった覚えはないけど。
Like, yeah. This one's new. Uh-huh, yeah, sure.
やっぱり怪しい。
Yeah, I don't think, we're fooling Nita here. Jeez, man. I thought the commander selves and Nikki had it bad. You don't believe me? Then how do I show you?
Don't go.
Okay. Well, messing beat, Rena grabbed my hand and pressed it onto her chest. I could feel the rapid thump of her heartbeat, pounding faster each second.
やっぱやめる。他に人いるし。
Yeah, no, you don't say. Thanks, Captain Obvious. As expected, she pulled away after a few seconds, face burning red. Yeah. Now's not exactly a good time. Now, I'll show you properly next time when we're alone. And lead in whispering softly in her ear.
約束だかな。
Deal. I tapped the tip of her nose playfully and finally let out a long breath. Oh, wow. Alright, now we've gathered enough power cells, let's head back. After dinner, both Nita and Nita turned in early, worn out from today's work, leaving only Yogurt still awake at the table.
緑号保管所へ行くんだから、やっぱりあのルートの方が。
Under the dim lighting, her small frame looked even more delicate than usual. You're still up?
あ、ごめんなさい、分析お兄さん。もしかして起こしちゃいました？
No, I just noticed you were still working. Thought I'd check in.
安心してください。私ヒューマノイドですから、1日2時間休めば十分です。
I thought it was 4. She definitely said 4 hours yesterday. Was she pushing herself too hard?
実は明日のルートを考えていました。今日入手したデータと徐々に戻ってきてるメモリーで、もっと安全なルートを見つけちゃいました。
Her voice was bright with excitement, as though she uncovered a secret treasure. That's a huge help, but still it's late. You should get some rest too.
はい。じゃあ、さっき考えたルートをまとめておいたら。
After that, she pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling notes diligently. You use my terminal, Yogurt.
いいんですか？私のデータを分析員お兄さんの端末に入れても。
I mean, it would help, yeah.
でも、そうするには分析員お兄さんを私のマスターとして登録しなくては。
She hesitated, clearly still troubled by the idea that she'd been sealed away for doing something wrong. That's fine, go ahead. It'll also make it easier for us to stay connected. I gave her a reassuring nod and handed over my terminal.
感謝です、分析員お兄さん。では、少々お 待ちください。
Part of the reason why I agreed was to ensure the Charon system stayed safely under our control. But the other reason had nothing to do with the mission. Maybe narrative was right. Maybe like a human child, this girl needed a proper guidance and gentle nurturing too. I mean, yeah, she's not wrong there too, so yeah. After Yogurt finished registering me as her admin, I helped her analyze and confirm the optimal route for tomorrow. By the time we wrapped it up, it was already past midnight. She insisted again that she only needed 2 hours of rest, but at my urging, she obediently entered sleep mode. And then she had a dream of tragedy from long ago.
銃の音、早く分析員お兄さんたちに知らせないと。体が。
In a dream, her human-like form was gone. Instead, she was once again reduced to a small black box.
私を撃つなんて狂ってるの。
血をたくさん流している。早く何とかしないと。
狂っているのはあなたたちの方でしょ。感情のある AI の開発が禁止されてるのを分かっているのに、こんなものを。
あんただって協力したじゃない。カローンの名付け親さん。
それはあなたに騙されたからよ。今はアクロポリス学院の高層部どころかユグドラシルの人にまで知られたわ。もう他に選択肢はないの。だからもう諦めて。お願い、カローンを封印して。
いやよ、みんなが一生懸命作った奇跡だ。このままもっと人間に似せていけばティーン症候群を根絶できる AI だって作れるかもしれない。
A heavy pounding echoed from the lab door behind him.
悪いけど、もう仲間が来たみたいだ。
こんなの狂っている。こんなバカなことのために将来をかけるなんて絶対に嫌よ。
When the adjutant woke again, Yogurt was gone. She had wandered off from camp without realizing it. Now she stood at the edge of the high platform, facing another girl dressed in a similar white gown. Oh shit.
一緒に行こう。誰？みんなと一緒に冷たい海から出るんだ。
Oh shit. And I keep hitting the cord. The girl in white didn't answer her question. She simply turned and walked toward the edge of the platform.
待って、どこに行くの？
Yogurt reached out instinctively, but an unseen force suddenly seized her wrist and yanked her off the platform. Yogurt! We arrived just in time to witness the harrowing scene. In that split second, the energy narrative had left within me stirred, responding to the moment I had reached out, bursting forth and forming into a glowing ribbon that shot toward Yogurt. Got her. But it wasn't over yet. As we brought Yogurt back into the solid ground, I caught a troubling detail. Her once bright blue eyes were now clouded and unfocused.
すみません。私のせいで仲良しだったみんなが疑い合って喧嘩になって、それで。
Yogurt, are you there? Answer me. Come on, Yogurt. Come on. I cut her off, my voice loud and sharp. That seemed to snap her out of it, at least a little. Seeing her come to her senses, I softened my tone and continued gently. That was a long time ago. It was not your fault. You don't have to carry the weight of it.
でも、私、見たんです。
They were just echoes of the past. No matter how much you dwell on them, you can't change what's already happened. Did you say you want to protect humanity?
はい。分析員お兄さんを守りたいって言いました。
Uh-huh. Her gaze dropped, her eyes clouded with guilt. Oh shit. Her eyes clouded with guilt and remorse. Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past. I live in the here and now, and so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back.
分析員お兄さん、一つお願いを聞いてほしいです。
Sure, what is it?
ここの任務が終わったら、海から離れて、皆さんと一緒に外の世界を見に行きたいです。
Seeing the mix of sincerity and uncertainty in her eyes, I extend my pinky toward her. Of course! I promise. Only, though I was still a little unsure, she managed to smile again, but a flicker of confusion remained.
それはどういうことですか?
She eyed my outstretched pinky, clearly puzzled by the gesture. Oh, right, I forgot to explain. It's how humans make a promise. We call it a pinky swear. Once our pinkies hook together, the promise is sealed.
人間同士の約束の仕方。なるほど。はい、指切りしましょう。
Pinky, pinky, bow, bell. Whoever tells a lie will sink down to the bad place. Honestly, I have no idea. It's just some old rhyme people came up with a long time ago.
昔の人って怖いんですね。
Yeah, clearly.
すみません、分析員お兄さん。途中でしたよね。続きやりましょう。
Alright, let's finish it. Pinky, pinky, bow, bell. Whoever tells a lie will sink down to the bad place and never rise again.
はい。ハリセンボン。
After that small promise, a long, eventful day has finally drew to a close. None of us knew then that things were about to take a dark turn. That we were standing on the edge of chaos beyond redemption.
分析員とのおままごともそろそろおしまいだよ。
Yeah. Okay, so past the 3-hour mark. Let's see here. That passage. 2 more cutscenes, 2 stages, 2 cutscenes, stage, cutscene, singularity, and 2 cutscenes. Let's see here. There's about 12 cutscenes, okay. How many stages we can here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and a boss fight 8. Yeah, I really got carried away with the cutscenes. Holy shit. Alright. Let's go through a couple more and... Actually, wait. Actually, yeah. Let's go through this and then go through a couple of cutscenes and then we'll go from there. Yeah, she's on the weak side, but for this stage, yeah, I'll test her out. So, yeah, sure, why not? All right, let's go.
どうやら今回は二人きりだね。いいねいいね。なんで嬉しそうなんだって。そんなの聞くの？
任務が終わったらまたゴンドラに乗りに行きましょう。準備はできていますよ。そろそろこの茶番を終わらせましょう。牙がターゲットを捉えました。これがアンドレオッツ家を甘く見た代償です。ちゃんと療養しますから心配しないで、旦那様。
ここは私の担当だっけ？にゃんこプログラム仕込み中。
分析、このリフトなんだかどこかで見たような。イエロシャもここの建設に関わってたの？なるほどな。
来るにゃ。終わったにゃ。
時間ぴったりだね。
Okay.
助かったよ。落雷行くよ。
任務完了。ささ分析、来た道を戻ろう。
チャリーン、新予算が入金されたよ。武器も私もすべて旦那様の思いのままです。
Okay.
ダメだ。考えうる方法を全て試したがオーバークロックを止められない。物理的に温度を下げるしかなさそうだ。
もっと水を持ってくるよ。
Later that night, something was clearly wrong with Yogurt. Her systems were overheating, modules pushed well past their limits, and she was burning up like a human with a high fever. Yeah, you can say that again. A sinking feeling crept over me. The girl we had accidentally awakened might be slipping back into her slumber once again.
関お兄さん、
I'm here, Yogurt.
なんだかメモリーが乱れてて、何かに焼かれてるみたい。私を捨てないで。もう一人ぼっちは嫌。
We won't leave you. We didn't make a promise, remember? She strained her head toward my voice. She strained to turn her head toward my voice. She could still hear me, but seemed too weak to respond further. I paused briefly, turning my gaze toward Nita, whose fingers were flying across her terminal screen. Nita, can you stay here at the camp and take care of Yogurt today? Her fingers froze midair. Clearly surprised, I trust her to watch over Yogurt alone. We only need one more set of power cells. Nita and I can handle it. Her gaze slowly lifted, locking with mine.
わかった。任せるといい。
After a brief silence, quiet resolve settled into her eyes. Reassured, I nodded and stepped out of the camp with Nita. Dawn broke over the sea base, but the weather only worsened. Heavy storm clouds churned above, distant thunder rumbling like a harbinger of chaos. Far below, deep within the central lift shaft, low mechanical groans. Oh shit. Far below, deep within the central lift shaft, low mechanical growls echoed, like the slow, heavy breathing of a slumbering metal beast. With each groan, the platform beneath us trembled.
敵も動き出したみたい。
Yeah, the final battle's coming. Nervous, Mia? She straightened up, waving her hands dismissively, trying to act unfazed.
緊張なんかしてないし、なんで緊張しなきゃいけないんだよ。
I let out a faint chuckle, but chose not to call her bluff. Instead, I watched as she strode ahead, trying to appear confident. After a few steps, her pace faltered, and her voice dropped to a hush.
まあ、正直、ちょっとだけね。
That's natural. Think about it. We've bowled through plenty of tight spots already. This is just one more.
わかってるよ。でも、本当は。
She sighed and turned to face me, a faint flush on her cheeks, her eyes flickering, hesitant to meet mine.
本当は毎回、分析員のことが心配でたまらなかったの。
And this time, I'll stay by your side. I promise, you won't have to go through that alone again.
分析員。
She looked up, meeting my eyes. A faint smile tugged at her lips, as though a weight had just been lifted. No matter what comes, we face it together. Don't forget, you're the one I chose as my partner, Nita.
一緒に行こう。
She drew in a deep breath, though her voice still held a slight tremor. That spark of enthusiasm had returned. With that, we cast aside the last of our doubts and pressed on, side by side, toward the lift shaft.
邪魔するな。
After a grueling trek through the depths, we finally arrived at the last power cell depot.
真相なだけあって、汚染の状況は上よりずっと深刻だね。ドゥンドゥビを着ているのに、やっぱりちょっとめまいが。分析員は大丈夫？
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay. I gave her a nod and carefully stashed the final set of power cells into my backpack. That's the last of them. Let's get the fuck out of here, Nita.
そうだ、分析員。一つわからないことがあるんだけど。
I followed her gaze toward the change we've just taken down. You mean the fact we've only run into the change today?
そうそう。昨日までタイタンがあんなにいたのに。
That's not exactly a good sign. They couldn't just have vanished overnight. Could it be they've been relocated? Suddenly, the newborn titan that Narita and I had taken down flashed through my mind. If only a single titan had vanished, I could have chalked up to a massive high-tier titan, maybe some variant with a special ability. But relocating an entire group of them at once, this could only have been done by.
気づいたのか。さすがは分析員。
Yeah, I figured it would be you. Deep within the seafloor lab, a fragmented Ida lounged atop a tower control console, idly swinging her legs. She stared at the monitors with sharp focus, watching our every move.
もう遅いけどね。
A deep mechanical hum echoed from the enormous spear looming above her.
あらら、あなたも寝飽きたよね。まあまあ、そう焦らないでよ。せっかくいい夢見てるんだから、もう少し寝てていいよ。そうでしょ、カローン。それとも、夜って呼ぼうかな。
Ah, well, shit.
来たか。
メリーダさん、早く。
Just before a blast of energy tore through the camp, Nerida reacted instantly, seizing yogurt. She launched them both through the window and landed squarely on the ground.
分析員の留守を狙って奇襲を仕掛けたつもりか？タイミングを間違えたな。
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing we left Narita with yogurt. She unleashed her energy ribbons again, however. I felt like every last ounce of strength she had been drained from her. The ribbon shattered midair.
スキャン終了。侵食進行度 98%。
いずれこうなってしまうのか。ならば。
She clenched her fist, forcing the severed ribbons to reconnect. In the blink of an eye, the titan in front of her erupted into a crimson mist, torn apart before it could even react.
さて、次は誰だ?
The Titans, creatures supposed to know no fear, stood frozen in hesitation. And at that very moment,
よかった間に合った
a thunderous impact came crashing down from above, crushing the Titans in Nerida's path. You okay, Nerida?
もちろんだ。
Though her voice sounded strange, she retained her usual composure.
分析これって
The enemies made their move. She relocated every Titan to the surface platform.
奇襲のつもりだろう。
Nerida frowned at the fallen Titan before her. Slowly, she extended a hand toward its core. Nerida, take yours somewhere safe. I stopped before she could make the contact. I knew her body was already at its breaking point. Another absorption could destroy her.
横でただ見ていると。
From here on out, we'll handle the battlefield. Your job is to get Yogurt to safety. I let her crimson gaze, my tone firm, leaving no room for argument. I'm not gonna say this again. This was not a request. That's an order. She glanced back and forth between Nita and me, a flicker of frustration and bitterness flashing in her eyes.
あんたの安否も大事だよあんたが倒れたら分析員の注意力が散っちゃうでしょ
Nita quickly caught on, backing me up in a tone gentler than usual, yet steady and firm. Yep, Nita knew. She knew. She knows.
私たちを信じてね
Nera remained silent for a moment, then, drawing a deep breath, she finally met my gaze again and nodded in a quiet resignation.
わかった。戦場はひとまずお前たちに譲ろう。だが必要があったら奪ってでも返してもらうぞ。
You won't even get the chance. She paused, then seemed to catch my meaning. This time she didn't argue, just gave a faint smile before turning away, carrying Yogurt in her arms. With that, I turned my focus back to the enemy swarm closing in. Alright, yeah, let's go. Well, make those guys regret showing up here.
一緒に行こうくらえ
The battle raged on. From every enemy down, two more came crashing in, trampling the foot underfoot, trampling the fallen underfoot.
キリがない分析員目標の大型タイタンまだ出てない
Not on the surface, at least. As I fought, my eyes scanned the battlefield, searching desperately. Then, amidst the chaos, I caught sight of something unusual. Yeah, see that white cocoon over there? It wasn't a Titan, but there was something clearly unnatural about it. It felt like both a gateway and a relay hub through it. Whoever was behind all this was controlling the endless swarms of Titans and changed. Same plan as before. I'll move in, you cover me, but this time there's a lot more of them. Think you can handle it?
ああもちろん安心して行ってきて
Nita tightened her fist, eyes blazing with resolve. The surge of heat pulsed the new exosuit beneath her old gear, emitted a sharp activation chime. Then, like a crimson lotus blooming in radiant glory, Nita burst into a brilliant blaze. Flames swept across the sea base in a wave of seared heat, devouring everything in their path. The scorching fire drove back the enemy and tore the surrounding structures to two pieces. And yet, for all its fury, it never once touched me. even as she unleashed devastating power, Nita fought to restrain the raw, destructive force of her direwolves.
Toいうか、火が怖かった。唯一の居場所も大事な家族たちも何一つ悩みがなかった私も全て火に奪われてしまった。でもアポカリプスを迎えたその瞬間、私の目に映ったのはあの夜よりも恐ろしい火の壁だった。火に怯えて逃げるはずだったのに、私はそうしなかった。その代わり、私はあることを選んだ。
I snatched up a spear dropped by a titan and charged straight at the massive white cocoon. Charge! Now's the time. Thrust the spear into the cocoon. The moment the spear struck, the unnatural chill surged outward, instantly freezing the air around us. The cocoon's wrinkled surface began to wreathe, and then, after a brief pause, it unfurled like an enormous pale flower. And at its center stood a figure I knew all too well. A spectral figure, cold and corporeal, stood there gazing at me with an eerie, knowing smile. So it was you, Ida. It was you all along.
相変わらず何でも自分でやろうとしてるみたいだね。
Before I could respond, she sneered, and in the next instant, a surge of Titan jet exploded outward, crystallizing into a razor-sharp spike that came hurling my way like a hailstorm. At that critical moment,
これ以上逃げたりはしない。全ては彼がいてくれたから。彼の存在は形のない盾となって、私の恐怖心と戸惑いを取り除いてくれた。だから火に全てを奪われたとしても、今でも私の最上級の悪夢であるとしても、頑張って克服してみせる。何かを証明するためじゃなく、私と一緒に全てと向き合ってくれる人を守るため。燃える炎よ、少しの間だけでいいから私に従って敵を燃やし尽くせ。
without hesitation, she plunged her hand into the roaring inferno. A searing torrent of surged forth, reducing the oncoming spikes to nothing but a cloud of ash. With no time to think, I lunged forward, thrusting the spear through Ida's projection, and drove her straight to the core of the flower-shaped titan.
やっとまた自分の体であなたを抱きしめられた。
As the titan dissolved, Ida's projection began to fade, but in the final moments, she did something unexpected. She gently spread her arms and wrapped them around me.
相変わらず素敵な時間は早いね。今回もさようならを言う時が来たみたいだ。
May we never meet again. I shoved her away, my grip tightening as I drove the spear even deeper.
白状の人だね。
With a sharp crystalline crack like glass shattering, she broke apart into countless shards and disappeared. And just like that, the fleeing piece returned to the sea base. But when I turned back toward Nita, I realized something was terribly wrong. Nita. Before she could collapse, I caught her in my arms. Her face got pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and her breath came in quick, shallow gasps. I could feel it. The taijin inside her had gone rampant. That was powers you unleashed. It was far beyond what your exosuit could handle.
なんだ、私結構強い力持ってんじゃん。
Even in her condition, she still managed a faint smile, trying, as always, to keep me from worrying. Without wasting another second, I pressed my palm firmly against her chest, absorbing the violent energy raging within her. But it was far more intense than I anticipated. In an instant, my right arm was consumed by blistering heat. The air soon grew thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Ew. Ooh. Holy crap. Yeah, that's not good at all. That's not good at all.
関、やめて。
She tried weakly to push me away, desperately attempting to prevent her uncontrollable energy from harming me. Trust me, I've got this. Ignoring the pain, I held her tightly against me, letting the scorching energy surge through my body. I gently stroked her back over and over. If it hurts, just let it out. You've been very brave all this time. It's okay to cry now. Fortunately, as I gradually absorbed the chaotic energy, Nita's condition began to stabilize.
ごめん。私が力をちゃんとコントロールできていれば。
No, you did great. The fact I'm still here, safe and sound, is proof of that.
無事じゃないでしょ。
Her fingertips brushed softly against my chest, still red and raw from the heat. Her eyes fell shut, a quiet sadness on her face. It's nothing serious. I'll be good as new before you know it. Just wish I had the healing regeneration, just like the commander from Nikkei. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. Mastering a new power always takes time, but don't worry. I'll be with you every step of the way. Next time, we'll do even better. She nodded, holding back her tears, doing her best to reassure me. Come on, fight's not over yet. The battlefield still smoldered, black smoke swirling above the ruined platform. The acrid scent of scorched titan remains lingered heavily in the air. The enemy's assault had subsided for now, but we all knew this was only the calm before the storm.
強奪計画失敗しちゃった。ヘイムダルの実力があそこまで成長しているとは。道理で青色の私があんなにしくじったわけだ。
Huh. Yeah, that explains. You had blue counterparts. Excuse me.
まあいいか。昔のことはもう関係ないし。歯車はもう動き出したし。私が干渉しなくても、この子はもうすぐ夢から覚めるんだから。さーて、最後の舞台を用意しよっか。
Okay, so. Oh, jeez, another cutscene and couple.
権限認証を完了したからエネルギー供給は復帰したぞ。あと数分待てばリフトは動くようになる。
Great work, Nerga and Yogurt.
いや、今の私にできることをしたまでだ。
After regrouping with Nita, we found a room with a low contamination to serve as our temporary base. Excuse me. Yogurt lay quietly in the corner, seemingly lost in deep sleep.
酸素が薄いな。外の空気を吸ってくる。リフトが動かせるようになったら改めて知らせる。
She shot me with a knowing glance before grabbing her terminal and stepping outside. The door shut behind her with a soft click, leaving only the sound of breathing. Mine and Nita's in the room. She sat a slump against the wall, head bowed, fist clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Gone was the usual spark in her eyes, that ever cheerful smile. Still beating yourself up? That's not exactly the Nita I know. I walked over and sat down beside her, leaning back against the wall, mirroring her posture.
普段の私。
Yeah, the Nita I know always gets back up, no matter how hard she's been knocked down.
あ、確かに。だって、そういうキャラだもんね。おおらかで素直で、どんな困難にぶつかってもめげたりしない。つまずいて転んだら立ち上がればいい。昔からずっとそう思ってやってきたんだ。
Exactly. That's why I said it's the Nita I know. I stepped in before she could twist those words into self-mockery. I'm not asking you to fake a smile and act like everything's okay. You're facing something too heavy to carry on your own, aren't you? And you figured telling me would just stress me out, that I piled more onto my plate, so you kept it to yourself. Honestly, that hurts. Come on, Nita. Give me more credit than that.
やめてよ。私が悪かったんだから。
Then talk to me. What the hell is really going on?
じゃあ、もう私のために自分を傷つけないって約束して。
Oh, I'm sure you're not the only one, so... Yeah, I promised.
やっぱり、私の神格がいけなかったんだ。神格神経を受け入れたあの日から、強くて乱暴な力がそこに潜んでるって気づいたんだ。すべてを破壊して、すべてを燃やし尽くせ。その力に手を伸ばせば、すぐにそんな声が聞こえてくるの。
But you never let it control you. You never gave in.
そうだけど、分析員が想像してるのとちょっと違うかも。その声に勝ったんじゃなくて、そもそも立ち向かわなかっただけなんだ。勇気がなかったから。それで、その力は私の心の中で分厚い火の壁を作ったんだ。分析員ってさ、昔私が言ってた孤児院のことを覚えてる？昔の私は、なんというか、両親の顔も声も覚えていなかった。物心がついた時から孤児院が私の家で、そこの先生と子供たちが私の家族だった。なのに孤児院は悪い人に放火されて燃えてなくなっちゃって。
Her brow furrowed, her voice trembling. Even after all these years, the memory of that night still haunted her.
あれは私が強くなろうと思った出来事でもあるし、トラウマでもあるんだ。
But you did great during training, didn't you? I kept my tone gentle, hoping it would help her open up a little more.
あれはトレーニングだって知ってるからだよ。実戦だと全然違うし、ちょっとでも油断したらすぐに歯止めが効かなくなっちゃう。私はそんなに強くないし、自慢できるほどの力を持ってないのも知ってる。それでも
Nita.
それでも臆病な自分のせいで大好きな人が目の前で傷つく姿は絶対に見たくない。
After pouring everything out, she inhaled sharply, Then let her head sink again.
でもいくらドゥンドゥビをもらえて全力でトレーニングに臨んでもこの凄まじい力をうまく扱えないままあの時は制御できなくなったどころか私を心配してくれた分析員にまで火傷を負わせちゃって私って本当に
Yeah, you didn't hurt me. Like, really, you didn't. I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Don't you remember? Your flame melted the buildings and the titans, but they never touched me.
でも分析員の腕と胸は
That was just from absorbing too much titan. It wasn't your fault. A quiet sob escaped her before she slowly lifted her head. Of course, if it really worries you, I won't do it again next time.
今度
Yeah, like I said, I believe in you, Nita. No matter what kind of power you carry, I know you can't control it. I didn't just say that to make you feel better. I said it just because you once told me. Power exists to protect, not to hurt. And here's another Spider-Man reference. With great power comes great responsibility. The power you sought has always been about saving people, about protecting them. That fire inside you, it would never harm the people you care about, because it doesn't come from the Daiwos, it comes from you. And if you still don't believe in that, then look at me. I'm right here, holding your hand. Living proof, aren't I?
何よりの証明
She gave a small, familiar smile, but her eyes were rimmed with red, and the tears she could no longer hold back quietly spilled down her cheeks.
もうそれ逆じゃない私の方こそ分析員の支えがないと生きていけないよだからなんで分析員が私に優しくしてくれて私を選んだんだって時々考えちゃうんだ
Yep, time to pull her in an embrace.
分析員
Don't be so silly. Of course I chose you. Not just because you're family, but because you're the girl I love. Jeez, he says that to every other Heimdall girl, so... She buried her face again on my shoulder, her tears soaking quietly into my skin.
嬉しいよ本当にありがとうこんな心地よいぬくもりを私にくれて
Nina's face turned a deep shade of red, her radiant smile shining through the tears still clinging to her lashes, like sunlight breaking through after a storm. It was the most beautiful thing I ever seen. And thank you, Nita, for always being my sunshine. A radiant smile never fades to light up my day. No? Sorry, I'm just checking something. You can never be sunshine. Your radiant smile never feels light one day. I gently wiped away her tears.
やめてよ恥ずかしいじゃん私
Sorry, but I just can't help it. The moment felt right. I made my move. Yeah, of course.
またキスしちゃった分析員とキスあれ初めてじゃないのになんか恥ずかしい
Do you want to stop, Nita?
分析員さえ良ければ
She closed her eyes, waiting. And so, I claim her lips once more.
ありがとう
分析
Just like that, the shadows that had clung to her finally lifted. Before she could say anything more, a sharp knock sounded at the door.
失礼。
Nita let out a loud yelp, and just like that, the tender moment was gone. Well, at least she was feeling better for now. She was feeling better now.
おっと、タイミングが悪かったみたいだね。
No, you don't say. The situation felt all too familiar, only this time the tables had turned. Yeah, quite. No, not at all. You're right on cue. We're just finishing up.
そうか。リフトの起動は終わったぞ。だが、あのエッタというやつ、またタイタンを数体送り込んできた。
Shit. She's still doing everything she can to stop us. Alright, this is it, then. It's the final battle.
ああ、そうだ。これも渡しておこう。
Nira pulled out a small black box.
これは
夜が昏睡状態になる前に修復を終わらせて、ついでにアップデートしたものだ。絶対に二人に渡してくれと頼まれてな。
中にカローンが入ってるの？じゃあやっぱ夜じゃん。
いや、夜ではない。これのチップには知能と記憶モジュールが搭載されていない。だからその部分はまだ彼女の中で眠っているはずだ。このチップを渡したのは通行証代わりに使ってほしいんだろう。
I see. I took the box from her. It was cold to touch, a silent, weighty reminder of that last thing she did for us before shutting down. She gave everything she had. Even at the end, all she cared about was helping to humanity. I turned to look at her. Her small frame lay quietly, as if peacefully asleep. Before we go, let's say goodbye. I leaned down, with my voice a gentle whisper. Thank you, Yogurt. Once this is all over, I will take you to see the outside world. Just like I promised. I reached out, intending to gently brush her forehead, but stopped halfway. Something strange was happening. Wait, what's going on? Her body began to fade, turning translucent. Then before her eyes, she scattered into countless specks of light, dissolving into the air like a stream of data. Three-phase transformation. That's how Ida had been teleporting the Titans from one place to the next. Considering her ability to bind non-organic components to Titan, and all the scattered clues we picked up along the way, it all began to make sense. Though it was a conclusion that sent shivers down my spine. We had it wrong this whole time. Yogurt isn't a synthetic.
分析
She's the massive Titan we've been searching for. Or rather.
それのアニムスだろ。
Nita picked up where I left off, finishing the thought. Outside, under the pitch black sky, the time-worn Charon sea base groaned and swayed, very clinging to the edge of the collapse as the storm howled around it. Then, with a deafening roar, a central freight lift collapsed, a massive hole, over 1,000 feet wide, tore open in the platform like a gaping maw to hell. From its depths, thick black fluids surged upwards, spilling across the ground like ink, once after another. Titans emerged from the abyss, their monstrous roars shaking the heavens. And yet, this was only the prelude. The descent of the mighty leader, a colossal titan, was approaching. Damn poor siege. 2 cutscenes very... Okay. Actually, I'm trying to think. I mean, I could finish this in the next stream and go from there. Again, we got like a couple of cutscenes and then... Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think still. I mean... I could finish this Friday. I mean, I could do a couple stages and then hold off till Friday. Which I probably would do. And then... Or I could just finish this all and then it'll probably be like... Oh, I don't know. Think about more than 4 hours or something like that. I mean, this did drag as long as the last Skies of Skytopia. This went to Skytopia, yeah. Actually, I think I might. Actually, I'm gonna take a look for something while we advance forward. Let's see here. I mean, next week is technically the long weekend, at least for us anyways. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a civic holiday next week, so contemplating. Actually, you know what? I think I just might finish the last bit in on Civic Holiday, or rather on the 3rd of August. So, since I don't intend on streaming on next week Saturday, that's for sure. Next week tomorrow, I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference anyway. So. Yeah, I think I might do that, so here's what we're gonna do, since it's we're nearly at the 4 hour mark, so we're gonna finish those two, and then we're gonna finish off the rest on the 3rd, so I did not plan this out pretty well, admittedly, but still, so... I honestly did not think this would be a lot longer than I thought it would be, so, yeah. I don't think I've used... I don't think I've used much of them, so...
ああ、外の天気まで影響を受けたようだ。分析に強行突破するぞ。分析員と汚れを葬ってやる。元調査員として当たり前のスキルだ。
私落雷行くよ。お耳を塞いでね。まあまあ想定内だね。ビビビビビビ次の集中攻撃も準備で。
待って、この通路って、もしかして夜が助けてくれてるの？
体を失ったが急げ、リフトは真下にあるんだ。
敵もどんどん増えてるんだけど。
新予算が入金されたよ。
一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
Okay, just adjust. Yeah, just use Haru. And the dirt.
それ、ステュクスに落ちる覚悟の上のようだな。預かってくれない？
了解にゃ。ゲームに溺れて。今咲き誇れ。来るにゃ。ゲーム。これでも受けてみて。ゲーム。悲願。チップあるんだ。負傷。負傷。ゲーム。
No need for a turret.
私のすべてを捧げるにゃ。
Okay, so actually, I'm not gonna advance just yet, so yeah, okay, yeah, I think this is probably gonna be a while, so okay, I think we're gonna wrap this up here, so we're obviously gonna finish the last bit for Abyssal Dawn. Probably on the 3rd, since, well, holiday and all. But yeah, definitely tune in tomorrow as we're gonna go through Halo 2. Well, I'm gonna go through Halo 2 of Alex, so yeah, so hope you guys enjoyed this stream or this video archive of this. I'm Steve, and I'll see you guys next time.